Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I don't know where else to turn. I haven't slept properly in almost 3 weeks, and I'm starting to lose my grip on reality. Maybe writing this down will help me make sense of what's happening, or at least give me some relief from the constant fear and exhaustion. It all started on a Tuesday evening after I got back from my astrophysics lecture. I'm a third-year student at Northwestern, and the semester had been going pretty well until then. I had thrown my backpack on my bed and was about to head to the shower when I noticed something on my bedroom floor, a photograph. I live alone in a small off-campus apartment, so finding something that wasn't mine immediately set off alarm bells. I approached it cautiously, half expecting some kind of prank from my friends. When I picked it up, I felt this weird chill run through my fingers, like touching metal in winter. The photo showed what looked like an ice formation, beautiful but alien, with spires of crystalline structures reaching upward against a strange purplish sky. At first, I thought maybe it was some promotional material for a sci-fi movie that had slipped under my door, but there was no text, no logo, nothing to indicate where it came from. I checked my door, locked just as I'd left it. Windows, all closed and locked. I even checked under my bed and in my closet like a scared kid, but found nothing. I called my best friend Mia to ask if she'd been in my apartment or knew anything about it, but she hadn't been by in over a week. That night, exhausted from studying, I fell asleep quickly despite the strange photo incident, and that's when everything changed. The dream started with me running. I was sprinting across frozen ground, my boots crunching through a thin layer of ice with each desperate step. The air burned my lungs, not just cold, but wrong somehow, like it wasn't meant for human breathing. The sky above was that same strange purple from the photograph, but darker now, with an alien sun sinking rapidly toward the horizon. "Eliza, faster!" someone shouted ahead of me. A man I somehow knew was named Henderson was about 20 feet in front of me, waving frantically toward a dark opening in a ridge of ice formations. "We won't make it if you don't move." I knew with absolute certainty that if we didn't reach that cave before the sun set, we would die. The temperature was already unbearable, maybe minus 60 degrees, but it would drop another 100 degrees once that strange sun disappeared. My legs felt like they were filled with concrete, but terror pushed me forward. The ice beneath my feet was becoming more treacherous as the surface temperature plummeted. Henderson reached the cave entrance and turned, his face a mask of panic behind his frost-covered breathing apparatus. "Move! Now!" he screamed. I made one final desperate sprint as the last sliver of the alien sun slipped below the horizon. The moment I tumbled into the cave, Henderson pulled me further inside and activated some kind of emergency seal that unfurled across the entrance. "That was too close," he gasped, pulling off his mask. His face was weathered, with a short beard flecked with grey. Deep lines around his eyes spoke of years of squinting against harsh conditions. Temperatures already dropping to lethal levels out there. Inside the cave, it was surprisingly warm. Not comfortable, but survivable. Steam rose from vents in the ground, and I understood somehow that geothermal processes were heating this pocket beneath the frozen surface of this planet. "Pretigor, you." "The others?" I asked, though in the dream I already knew the answer. Henderson's face darkened. "We're it, Eliza. Just us. The crash site is completely frozen over now. No signs of survivors." The weight of his words crushed me. 35 people. 35 crew members dead. And somehow, I knew it was my fault. We moved deeper into the cave system, where Henderson had already set up a small emergency shelter. Just 2 thermal sleeping pods, a portable heater, and some supplies salvaged from our crashed spacecraft. "We've got enough oxygen recyclers for maybe 4 days," Henderson said, checking a small device on his wrist. "After that..." He didn't need to finish the sentence. As we huddled near the heater, drinking reconstituted soup from metal cups, Henderson finally asked the question I'd been dreading. "Why didn't you tell anyone about the cryo-sickness, Eliza?" My hands shook, spilling hot liquid onto my thermal suit. I thought I could handle it. The mission was too important to delay just because of me. "You were piloting our only transport," he said, his voice tight with controlled anger. "You knew the symptoms include hallucinations, impaired judgment, tremors, and you still took the controls." "I'm sorry," I whispered, the words completely inadequate against the magnitude of what I'd done. "Sorry doesn't bring back 35 people," he said, but there was more sadness than anger in his voice now. "And it doesn't get us off this frozen hell." We sat in silence for what felt like hours, the only sound, the distant hissing of the geothermal vents and the howling wind outside our sealed cave entrance. "You know what's strange?" Henderson finally said, staring into his empty cup. "I don't even blame you anymore. I did at first. God, I wanted to kill you when I realized what happened. But now..." He looked up at me with tired eyes. "Now I just want to know if you can forgive yourself." The question hit me like a physical blow. Could I? Should I even try after what I'd done? "The rescue team won't come," I said, changing the subject. "They don't even know we survived the crash." Henderson nodded slowly. "Probably not. But that's not what I asked you." As we talked, I became aware of something strange. The howling wind outside had stopped. The sudden silence was more terrifying than the noise had been. Henderson noticed it too. He stood up and moved toward the sealed entrance, pressing his hand against it. "That's not possible," he muttered. "The storm cycle lasts for at least 72 hours on this planet." He hesitated, then slowly began to unseal the cave entrance. I wanted to stop him, to tell him we'd freeze instantly if he opened it, but I couldn't speak. The seal retracted, and instead of the frozen wasteland we expected, we saw a sunny green expanse of grass with a large oak tree in the distance. Hanging from one of its thick branches was a wooden swing, my childhood swing from my parents' backyard in Michigan. Henderson turned to me, his face serene now. "Everyone forgives you, Eliza. All 35 of them. They understand that you were trying to do your duty, that you didn't mean for anyone to get hurt." "How is this possible?" I whispered, staring at the impossible scene before us. "It doesn't matter how," he said gently. "What matters is what you do next. The real question is, can you forgive yourself?" I took a step toward the opening, feeling warm sunlight on my face for the first time in what felt like ages. The swing moved slightly in a gentle breeze, inviting. "What are you going to do, Eliza?" Henderson asked. And that's when I always wake up, my entire body freezing cold despite the pile of blankets on my bed, my teeth chattering so hard I worry they might crack. The first time it happened, I was shaken, but thought it was just a bizarre dream. The second night, when the exact same dream played out again, I started to worry. By the 5th night, I was terrified of going to sleep. I've had the identical dream every single night since finding that photograph. Not similar, identical. Every word, every gesture, every sensation, precisely the same. I've tried everything. Sleeping pills make it worse. They trap me in the dream longer. I tried not sleeping at all, but after 41 hours awake, I crashed on my couch and immediately fell into the same dream. I even tried sleeping at friends' places, thinking maybe there was something wrong with my apartment, but the dream followed me. The photograph is still on my desk. I've tried to throw it away multiple times, but I can't bring myself to do it. Once I even took it to the dumpster behind my building and tossed it in. But when I got back to my apartment, it was on my pillow. I didn't tell anyone about that. They'd think I was completely losing it. I've searched online for information about Pretagor U, but nothing comes up. It doesn't exist in any astronomy database. I've looked up Henderson, along with terms like astronaut, space mission, and crash, but found nothing relevant. My grades are slipping. I've missed classes because I'm either trying to stay awake or trying to catch up on sleep during the day. The dream only comes at night. My friends are worried about me, but what can I tell them? That I'm being haunted by a recurring dream about a space crash that's somehow my fault. The worst part is that Henderson's question, "What are you going to do, Eliza?" has started to follow me into my waking hours. I'll be standing in line at the coffee shop and hear it whispered behind me, only to turn and find no one there. I'll be in the shower and hear it over the running water. Yesterday, my professor asked me a question about orbital mechanics, and for a moment I could have sworn he asked me what I was going to do. I don't know what the question means. What am I supposed to do? Forgive myself for something that never happened? For deaths that aren't real? Or is the dream trying to tell me something else, some future catastrophe that I'm meant to prevent? Last night, something changed. The dream played out exactly the same until the very end. When Henderson asked his usual question, "What are you going to do, Eliza?" I somehow managed to give a different answer than I usually do. Instead of waking up, I said, "I don't know who you are or what you want, but this has to stop." Henderson's face changed then, becoming something not quite human. His eyes darkened until they were like two holes in reality. "You know exactly who I am," he said, his voice suddenly layered with other voices beneath it. "You've always known, and this will never stop until you answer the question correctly." I woke up screaming, my roommate pounding on my door to check if I was okay. I told her it was just a nightmare, but it was so much worse than that. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. I've tried talking to the student counseling services, but after one session where I barely scratched the surface of what's happening, the counselor referred me to a psychiatrist. I have an appointment next week, but I don't think I can last that long. The photograph is changing. Each morning, more details appear in the frozen landscape. This morning, I could clearly see two small figures in the distance, running toward a cave. I'm afraid to go to sleep tonight. I'm afraid of what will happen when those figures reach the cave in the photograph. What am I going to do? I don't know. I honestly don't know anymore. If anyone has experienced anything like this or has any idea what's happening to me, please help. I'm desperate. The sun is setting now, and I can already feel the cold creeping in. Story 2. I still can't sleep with my back to the edge of the bed. It's been over 4 months, and I've tried everything. Sleeping pills, therapy, even those white noise machines that are supposed to drown out unwanted sounds. Nothing helps, because nothing can erase what I heard that night, or the nights that followed. This all started back in December of last year. My boyfriend Jason and I had been living in this suburban house in Westlake for about 8 months with 2 roommates. Nothing fancy, just your typical split level with 4 bedrooms and shared common spaces. We'd never had any issues before. No weird vibes, no unexplained noises, nothing that would make me think twice about being alone there. That night in December, I'd gone to get a new tattoo after work. Nothing major, just a small piece on my forearm that took about an hour. I remember feeling pretty good driving home, admiring the fresh ink, and thinking about taking it easy for the rest of the night. Jason was working late at the restaurant where he bartends, so I knew I'd have the bedroom to myself for a few hours. When I got home around 8 in the evening, the house was weirdly quiet. One of our roommates, Ethan, was in the living room with his headphones on, totally absorbed in some game. He barely looked up when I walked in. Our other roommate, Kayla, was out of town visiting family. I waved at Ethan and headed to our bedroom at the end of the hall. The first thing I did was look for my cat, Oliver. He usually comes running when he hears me, but this time he was just sitting in the corner of our room, staring intently at the bed. I didn't think much of it at first. Cats are weird sometimes, right? I just wanted to change into something comfortable and maybe watch some Netflix until Jason got home. I remember putting my purse down on the dresser and kicking off my shoes when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just the sound of the heater kicking on, or maybe Ethan had turned up the volume on his game, but then I froze. It was breathing, actual human breathing coming from under our bed. Not just random sounds that could be mistaken for breathing. This was deliberate, rhythmic breathing. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Slow and steady, like someone trying to stay calm while hiding. I literally couldn't move. My whole body went cold, and I felt this crawling sensation up my spine. Oliver was still staring at the bed, his tail swishing back and forth in that agitated way cats do when they're upset. "Hello?" I whispered, immediately hating myself for it. What was I expecting for someone to answer? Is someone there? The breathing continued, unchanged, that steady rhythm that was so distinctly human. I backed away slowly until I hit the wall, then fumbled for my phone in my pocket. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely type a message to Jason. Someone's under our bed. I can hear them breathing. What do I do? Jason replied almost immediately. That's impossible. There's no way someone could fit under there. Remember when we dropped that charger and could barely get our arms underneath to reach it? He was right. Our bed frame sits really low to the ground, maybe 6 inches of clearance at most. There's no way an adult could squeeze under there, but that didn't change what I was hearing. I'm telling you, someone is under there. I can hear them breathing. I couldn't bring myself to look. Part of me was terrified I'd see a face staring back at me, and part of me was terrified I wouldn't see anything at all, because if no one was under there, what the hell was making that sound? Should I call the police? I texted Jason. Is Ethan home? Ask him to check with you. I wasn't about to leave the room and walk down the dark hallway. What if whatever was under the bed came out while I was gone? So I texted Ethan instead. No response. He probably couldn't hear his phone over his game. So there I was, trapped in my own bedroom, with something impossible breathing under my bed. I couldn't bring myself to run out, but I couldn't stay standing there forever either. I made a split-second decision and jumped onto our bed, pulling my legs up as fast as I could. I know it sounds stupid. If someone was under the bed, I was now directly above them. But something in my brain just screamed to get my feet off the floor. The breathing didn't change or react to my movement. Same pace, same rhythm. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. I turned the TV on as loud as I could stand it, trying to drown out the sound, but even with some action movie blaring, I could still hear it in the pauses between dialogue. That steady, persistent breathing. For 4 hours, I sat there on my bed, knees pulled up to my chest, afraid to put my feet down even for a second. Oliver eventually jumped up with me, but he kept staring at the space under the bed, occasionally making those low, growling sounds cats make when they're warning you about something. Jason kept texting, asking if I was okay, telling me he'd be home as soon as his shift ended. I must have checked the time on my phone 100 times. Each minute felt like an hour. Around midnight, something changed. The breathing just stopped. No gradual fading, no final gasp. It just wasn't there anymore. The silence was almost as terrifying as the breathing had been. When Jason finally got home around 1 in the morning, I was still sitting in the same position, afraid to move. He checked under the bed right away. Nothing there, not even dust bunnies since we'd vacuumed recently. He checked the closet, behind the curtains, everywhere someone could possibly hide. Nothing. Maybe it was just the house settling, he suggested. Old pipes or something. I knew what I'd heard. Pipes don't breathe like humans. They don't make sounds that rise and fall in that specific rhythm, but I was so exhausted and relieved to have Jason home that I didn't argue. We went to sleep with the lights on that night, and I made sure I was on the inside of the bed, away from the edge. For a few weeks after that, everything was normal. I started to wonder if maybe I'd imagined it somehow. Stress from work, or maybe some weird reaction to the tattoo ink, though I know that's not a thing. I almost convinced myself it had been a one-time thing, some bizarre acoustic anomaly that would never happen again. Then in January, I went to visit my friend in the next town over for a girls' night. Around 9 in the evening, my phone buzzed with a text from Jason. "It's happening. I can hear it too." My stomach dropped. "Hear what?" I texted back, even though I already knew. "The breathing under the bed, exactly like you described." Jason is the most rational, level-headed person I know. He doesn't believe in anything supernatural and always has a logical explanation for everything. For him to admit he was hearing it too, that made it real in a way that terrified me all over again. He sent me updates throughout the night. The breathing continued for about 3 hours before stopping suddenly, just like it had for me. When I got home the next day, Jason looked like he hadn't slept at all. There were dark circles under his eyes, and he jumped at every little sound. "I thought you were making it up," he admitted, or at least exaggerating. "But Mel, that wasn't normal. That wasn't pipes, or the house settling, or anything I can explain." We tried to figure it out logically. We moved the bed completely, checked for vents that might be carrying sounds from other rooms. We even cut a small hole in the bottom of our box spring to see if somehow an animal had gotten trapped inside. It hadn't. Nothing explained what we were hearing. Over the next few months, it happened 5 more times, sometimes when we were both home, sometimes when one of us was alone. Always the same pattern. The breathing would start suddenly, continue for hours without changing pace, and then stop just as abruptly. Oliver always noticed it first, staring at the space under the bed before we even heard anything. We've tried recording it, but the sound never shows up on our phones. It's like whatever it is doesn't want to be documented. We asked our roommates if they've experienced anything similar in their rooms, but they haven't. It's just our room, just our bed. The last time it happened was 2 weeks ago. We were both reading in bed when it started. This time, the breathing sounded different, more labored, almost struggling. Jason tried talking to it, asking who it was, what it wanted. The breathing just continued, unchanged by his questions. I don't know what's living under our bed. I don't know if it's something that was always in this house or if it somehow followed one of us home. All I know is that nothing physical could fit in that space, and yet something is there, breathing as if it needs our air to survive. We've talked about moving, but our lease isn't up until November, and we can't afford to break it. So we're stuck here, never knowing when we'll hear that breathing again. I write this from our bedroom, where I'm alone tonight while Jason works late. Oliver is sitting at the foot of the bed, staring intently at the floor. For now, the only breathing I hear is my own, growing faster as I watch my cat's ears twitch towards something I can't yet hear. Story 3. : I still don't know how to explain what happened that night in December 2019, just 2 days after my dad died. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what I experienced changed something in me. I'm writing this down partly to make sense of it myself, and partly because I need to tell someone who won't immediately think I'm losing my mind. Dad's death came out of nowhere. One day he was fine, complaining about his fantasy football team losing, and the next day he was gone. Massive heart attack at 58. The doctors said it was instant, that he probably didn't suffer, but that didn't make it any easier. My parents had divorced about 6 years earlier, and while things had been tense for a while, we'd finally reached a point where holidays weren't completely awkward. Dad had his own place across town, and Mum had kept the family home where I was staying temporarily while between apartments. I'd moved back in with Mom temporarily to help her through everything. The funeral was scheduled for later that week, and I was sleeping in my old bedroom. That night, it was a Tuesday. I'd finally managed to fall asleep around midnight after spending hours sorting through old photos for the memorial service. I remember feeling completely drained, like my body was made of concrete. I woke up suddenly at exactly 3 in the morning. I know because the first thing I did was check my phone, thinking it was my alarm. My room was completely dark except for the glow of my phone screen, but I could hear this weird clicking sound coming from across the hall. At first, I thought it was Mom's alarm clock malfunctioning or something. She sometimes set multiple alarms when she was stressed, but this didn't sound like any alarm I'd ever heard. It was rhythmic, but irregular. Click, 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 pause. Click, click, almost like someone tapping impatiently on a desk. I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep, but it kept going. After about 5 minutes, I got up, irritated and groggy. The hallway was pitch black as I stumbled across to the spare room that Mom used as a home office. When I pushed the door open, I saw immediately what was making the noise. It was Dad's old HP LaserJet printer. Mom had brought it back to the house after he moved out because he'd bought a new one and didn't want it anymore. The power button was blinking rapidly, like someone was frantically pressing it on and off. The printer would start its warm-up sequence, the display would light up, then it would shut down, only to start up again seconds later. I stood there for a moment, confused. The printer was plugged into a power strip that was definitely turned on, but I'd never seen any electronic device behave like this. It was almost like it was having some kind of seizure. I walked over and pressed the power button to try to shut it off properly, but nothing changed. The printer kept cycling through its startup routine over and over. "What the hell?" I muttered, reaching behind to unplug it from the wall. But the moment I touched the cord, I felt this weird static charge run up my arm. Not painful, just strange. Like when you touch someone and get shocked, but more prolonged. I yanked my hand back instinctively. That's when I noticed something else weird happening. The small desk lamp in the corner of the room, one of those cheap ones with the flexible neck, was fluctuating in brightness. It would glow intensely bright for a few seconds, then dim almost to nothing, then bright again. The rhythm matched perfectly with the printer's power button blinking. Bright when the printer started up, dim when it shut down. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. I'm not ashamed to admit I was getting freaked out. I backed away from the printer, and as I did, the clicking sounds got faster and more urgent, like it was trying to get my attention. "Mom?" I called out, hoping she was awake and could see this too, but there was no answer. I knew she'd taken a sleeping pill earlier that night. I stood in the doorway, watching this bizarre scene play out, when suddenly I remembered something. That printer had been Dad's. He'd had it for years in his home office before the divorce. I remembered him cursing at it whenever it jammed, which was pretty much every other day. He'd kept it way longer than he should have, always saying, "It still works fine, just needs a little encouragement sometimes." Mom had only kept it because it still worked, and printer ink for a new one would have been expensive. As this realization hit me, the clicking from the printer grew even more frantic, almost desperate. The lamp was now blinking so rapidly it was like a strobe light. I felt a pressure building in the room, like right before a thunderstorm when the air gets heavy. Then it happened. With a loud pop that made me jump, everything went dark, not just the room, the entire house. I could see through the window that the whole street had gone dark too, a complete power outage. In the sudden silence and darkness, I felt my heart pounding against my ribs. I fumbled for my phone to use as a flashlight, and as the beam cut through the darkness, I half expected to see someone or something standing there. but the room was empty. The printer sat silent on the desk, no longer blinking or making any noise. I backed out of the room and quickly returned to my bedroom, closing the door behind me. I sat on my bed, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Was it just a power surge that caused the printer to malfunction? But why would it start in the middle of the night, 2 days after Dad died? I must have sat there for at least half an hour before the power came back on. The sudden light from the hallway spilled under my door, and I heard the various electronics around the house beep and reset themselves. Cautiously, I went back to check the printer. It was completely normal now. The power button was steady, not blinking. The lamp was on at its regular brightness. Everything looked exactly as it should, as if nothing had happened. I pressed the power button on the printer and it started up normally, went through its routine checks and was ready to print. I shut it off again and it stayed off. I checked the rest of the house to make sure nothing else had been affected by the power outage. Mom was still sound asleep, thanks to her sleeping pill. Nothing else seemed out of place or damaged. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep a wink for the rest of the night. The next morning, I asked Mom if she'd heard anything strange during the night. She hadn't. The sleeping pill had knocked her out completely. I mentioned the power outage, and she confirmed that her alarm clock had reset. When I asked her about the printer, she just shrugged. That old thing, it's been acting up for years. Your father was the only one who could get it to work properly. I've been meaning to get rid of it. Later that day, I called the power company to ask about the outage. They confirmed there had been a brief outage in our area at exactly 3:15 in the morning, affecting about 200 homes. They attributed it to an equipment failure at a nearby substation, but couldn't explain why it had happened. Over the next few days, I kept an eye on the printer, half expecting it to start acting up again, but it never did. It worked perfectly normally whenever Mom used it to print documents for the funeral arrangements. The lamp never flickered again either. The funeral came and went. Friends and family shared stories about Dad. Some cried, some laughed. I did both. Throughout it all, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened with the printer. I didn't tell anyone. How could I without sounding crazy? Hey, I think Dad's ghost possessed his old printer to say goodbye. Yeah, that would go over well. But here's the thing that really gets me. A few weeks after the funeral, Mum decided it was time to clean out some of Dad's things that she'd kept after the divorce. While going through a box of his old papers, she found a letter he'd written but never sent. It was addressed to me and my sister, dated about a month before he died. In it, he apologized for not being a better father after the divorce, for missing school events and birthdays because he'd been too proud or stubborn to coordinate with Mom. He wrote that he wanted to make things right, to be more present in our lives. The letter ended with him saying he would talk to us soon, that he had plans to visit in the new year. He never got the chance to tell us any of this in person. He never got to send the letter. It had been sitting in that box, unsent. Was the printer incident just a random electrical malfunction that happened to occur 2 days after my father died? Maybe, probably, according to the rational part of my brain. But another part of me believes it was something more. That somehow, in some way I can't explain, Dad was trying to communicate one last time, trying to say the goodbye he never got to say in person. That printer is still in Mom's house. It works fine now. No more midnight freakouts or power outages. Sometimes when I visit, I look at it and wonder. I've never been a believer in the supernatural, but now I'm not so sure anymore. All I know is that I've never told anyone about this until now. It's been almost 4 years, and I still don't have an explanation for what happened that night. But whatever it was, it brought me a strange kind of comfort, like maybe Dad got to say goodbye after all. Story 4. I've never been sure if I should share this. It's been bothering me for most of my life, and I've finally reached a point where I need to get it out, even if it's just to anonymous strangers on the internet. I'm not looking for explanations or solutions, just maybe confirmation that I'm not completely losing my mind. For as long as I can remember, I've been able to sense things that others can't. It started when I was really little, maybe 4 or 5. I would suddenly feel cold spots in our house, places where the air just felt wrong, not just cold, but almost grey, like the colour had been sucked out of that particular corner or hallway. My parents thought I was making it up, playing some weird game. I remember my dad laughing when I refused to go into the dining room one evening. "Victoria, there's nothing there," he'd say, but I knew better. Something was there, watching, waiting. When I tried to explain what I felt, I'd just end up crying. My mom would hold me, asking what was wrong, and I couldn't articulate it. How do you explain to adults that there's an invisible presence making you uncomfortable when you don't have the vocabulary for it? Eventually, they chalked it up to an overactive imagination, and I learned to keep these feelings to myself. But then came the night that changed everything. I was 8 years old, sleeping soundly in my little pink bedroom. Something woke me up around 3 in the morning. I remember looking at my Barbie alarm clock. At first I thought I heard a noise, but the house was completely silent. Then I noticed a figure standing by my wardrobe. It was my mom, or at least it looked like my mom. She was holding a laundry basket, which wasn't unusual. She sometimes put away my clothes after I went to bed, but something felt terribly off. She was just standing there, staring at me, not moving. "Mom," I whispered, sitting up in bed. No response, just that blank, empty stare. The longer I looked, the more wrong it seemed. Her face was my mum's face, but the expression wasn't hers. It was like someone wearing a mom costume. And her breathing. God, her breathing was so strange. Slow, deliberate movements of her chest, up and down, like someone mimicking what breathing should look like. "Mom, what are you doing?" I tried again, louder this time. Nothing, just that terrible staring and mechanical breathing. I remember pulling my blanket up to my chin, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it. The fear was unlike anything I'd ever felt. Not the fear of monsters under the bed or in the closet, but something deeper and more primal. I knew in that moment that whatever was standing there wasn't my mother. It was something else using her image. I ducked under my covers, shaking uncontrollably. I counted to 100, trying to be brave enough to look again. When I finally peeked out, the figure was gone. I was too terrified to leave my bed, so I just lay there until morning, wide awake and listening to every creak in the house. The next morning, I asked my mom if she'd come into my room during the night. She looked at me strangely and said no. She'd been asleep the whole time. That was when I knew for certain. Something else had been in my room that night. After that incident, things were mostly quiet for a few years. I still felt the cold spots, still knew when something wasn't right, but I didn't see anything like that again for a long time. I convinced myself it had been a particularly vivid nightmare, though deep down I knew better. Then came the night of what I can only describe as a possession. I was 14. I'd been having episodes of sleepwalking on and off since I was 11. Nothing dramatic, just my parents finding me in the kitchen or living room, confused about how I got there. But this night was completely different. I remember going to bed around 10, reading for a while, then turning off my light. The next thing I knew, I was still conscious, but I couldn't control my body. It was like being pushed into the back seat of my own mind. I could see what was happening, but I couldn't do anything about it. My body sat up and swung my legs over the side of the bed. I stood up and walked to my bedroom door, opening it quietly. I remember thinking, "Stop! What are you doing?" But it was like shouting into a void. Whatever was controlling me didn't care. I walked down the hallway to the security panel. Our house had a decent security system that my parents always set before bed. I watched my hands punch in the code to disable it, a code I didn't consciously know. My parents had never told me what it was, yet my fingers knew exactly which buttons to press. Then my body continued downstairs. I was terrified, screaming inside my head but unable to make a sound. We had a security door with a deadbolt at the bottom of the stairs, and I watched as my hands unlocked it with ease. I proceeded through the living room, turning on lights as I went, and then to the front door. My hands unlocked the deadbolt, the knob, and the chain lock and pulled the door wide open. I stood there for what felt like minutes, staring out into the darkness. Then everything went black. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in my bed, sunlight streaming through my window. For a second, I thought it had all been a nightmare. Then I heard my mum yelling from downstairs, demanding to know who had left the front door wide open all night and all the lights on. My blood ran cold as I realized it had actually happened. I never told my parents about that night. What could I say? That something had taken over my body, that I had been awake but unable to control myself. They'd think I was making it up, or worse, that I was having some kind of mental breakdown. There have been other things too, things that are harder to explain but equally unsettling. I get these premonitions sometimes. Nothing dramatic like predicting disasters, just small things. I'll suddenly know that someone is about to call before the phone rings. I'll have a dream about a place I've never been, only to visit it months later and recognize every detail. It's like déjà vu on steroids. And then there's the way I understand people. It's more than just reading facial expressions or body language. Sometimes I look at someone and just know things about them. What they're feeling, what they're thinking, even things they're trying to hide. It's like their thoughts are leaking out around the edges, and I'm the only one who can see the spill. My mom noticed it first when I was a teenager. We'd be at the grocery store, and I'd make some comment about the cashier being sad about her dog, and my mum would ask how I knew. I couldn't explain it. I just knew. The cashier hadn't mentioned a dog. She was smiling and making small talk, but I could feel her sadness, like it was a color around her. The most consistent and bizarre thing, though, is the spiders. It sounds ridiculous, I know, but spiders follow me everywhere. Every single place I've ever lived, my bedroom becomes spider central. I'm not talking about the occasional house spider. I mean dozens of them. I'll clean my room thoroughly, vacuum every corner, spray around the windows, and within days, they're back. When I was 16, I counted 23 spiders in my bedroom in a single day. My brother's room, right next door, had none. My parents thought I was exaggerating until my mom helped me clean one weekend and saw it for herself. We removed every spider we could find, and the next morning there were 5 new ones. It happens everywhere I go. When I stayed at my grandmother's house, spiders appeared in my guest room. When I went to college, my roommate freaked out about how many spiders were suddenly in our dorm. When I visit friends, they'll comment on how they never see spiders in their apartment until I come over. The weirdest part is that they never bite me. They don't even seem aggressive. They just gather like they're watching, waiting for something. I've tried to make peace with it. Better spiders than something worse. But it's still unsettling to wake up and find one dangling above your face. My mum has recently gotten into spirituality, crystals, energy work, that kind of thing. Last time I visited home, she said something that's been haunting me. We were sitting in the kitchen, and out of nowhere she said, "You know, Victoria, I think you have a gift. You've always had it, but you keep pushing it away." When I asked what she meant, she got this serious look on her face and said, "You're sensitive to things most people can't perceive. It's why you had nightmares as a kid. It's why you know things you shouldn't know. Something's trying to connect with you, and you keep shutting it out." I laughed it off, but inside I was freaking out. What did she mean? Something's trying to connect with me. Was she talking about the thing that looked like her that night in my bedroom? The thing that took over my body and opened our front door? I've always tried to be logical, to find rational explanations for the things that happened to me. The figure by my wardrobe was a dream. The sleepwalking incident was just a particularly severe episode. The premonitions are coincidences. The way I read people is just good intuition. The spiders, well, I've never found a good explanation for the spiders. But there's a part of me that knows these explanations are just band-aids on something much deeper and more frightening. There's something inside me, or around me, or connected to me somehow. I can feel it watching through my eyes sometimes, processing the world alongside me. Not malevolent exactly, but not human either. Last week I was alone in my apartment washing dishes when every hair on my body stood up. The kitchen went cold, that familiar grey coldness from my childhood. I froze, my hands still in the soapy water, and I knew without turning around that something was standing behind me. I could feel its presence like a physical weight on my back. For the first time in my life, I spoke to it directly. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The faucet turned on by itself. Full blast, water splashing everywhere. I spun around, but nothing was there, just my empty kitchen. The faucet continued running for about 10 seconds, then shut off on its own. I haven't been able to shake the feeling that it was answering me, that after all these years of strange occurrences, it's finally ready to communicate more directly. And honestly, that terrifies me more than anything else. I don't know what's happening to me. I don't know if I'm losing my mind or if there really is something supernatural going on. All I know is that it's getting stronger, closer somehow, and I don't know how to stop it, or if I even should. Story 5. I still can't explain what happened that night. It's been 2 months, and I keep replaying everything in my head, trying to make sense of it. I'm not someone who believes in the supernatural or aliens or whatever, but what I experienced on Highway 17 has me questioning everything. It was a Friday night in October. I just dropped my friend Megan off at her place in Scottsdale after we'd gone to see a movie. Nothing unusual about the night so far, just your typical Arizona evening. Cool but not cold. The kind of weather that makes you roll your windows down a bit. It was around 11:30 when I started heading home. I live about 40 minutes away from Megan, and a good chunk of that drive is on Highway 17. Anyone who lives in Arizona knows how dark it gets once you're away from the city. Like pitch black dark, where the desert just disappears into nothingness beyond your headlights. I've made this drive hundreds of times, so I wasn't worried. I had my music playing, just cruising along. I was on this stretch of road that's usually pretty well lit compared to the rest of the highway. Not super bright or anything, but enough yellow streetlights that you don't feel like you're driving through a void. The thing is, there was literally no one else on the road. Not a single car in either direction, which was weird even for that time of night. That's when I started feeling off. Not scared exactly, but like something wasn't right. It wasn't a chill down my spine or anything that dramatic. It was more like this feeling of nope, just licking at the back of my neck. You know that feeling you get sometimes when your brain is trying to tell you something isn't right, but you can't figure out what. About 15 minutes into my drive, I noticed something ahead of me on the highway. There was this blue light illuminating the road maybe a quarter mile up. At first, I thought maybe it was a police car or something, but as I got closer, I realized it was just a street light. But it was this weird, electric blue color that stood out against all the sickly yellow ones around it. The blue light was so bright, it was lighting up the entire road underneath it. As I approached it, I noticed how strange it looked, almost like it was throbbing slightly, pulsing with energy. I remember thinking it must be new, or maybe they were testing different colors for highway lighting or something, but it felt wrong somehow. Jarring. The moment, and I mean the exact moment, my car passed under that blue light. It went out, not flickered, not dimmed, just completely extinguished. And in that same instant, I swear to God, something huge moved across the road in front of me, like a massive shadow that silently crossed from one side to the other. It was so fast I barely caught it in my peripheral vision. I slammed on my brakes instinctively, but there was nothing there when my car came to a stop. My heart was pounding. I sat there for maybe 30 seconds, scanning the darkness, but couldn't see anything. No animals, no people, nothing. Just empty desert on both sides of the highway. I took a deep breath and kept driving, a little faster now. I told myself it was probably just a coyote or something, but deep down, I knew whatever crossed the road was way too big for that. I was officially freaked out at this point. I had about 20 more minutes to go before I'd reach my neighborhood. I decided to stick to the main highway instead of taking the back route I sometimes use. The back way cuts about 5 minutes off the trip, but it's under construction and barely lit. No way was I going that way after what just happened. That's when I noticed headlights behind me. A small truck had pulled onto the highway from somewhere and was riding my ass. I mean really close, like I could barely see their headlights in my rearview mirror because they were practically in my trunk. In Arizona, people drive like maniacs all the time, speeding, tailgating, cutting people off. It's normal. But something about this felt different. I sped up to put some distance between us, and they sped up too, staying right on me. I slowed down and they slowed down, maintaining that same uncomfortable closeness. The highway was empty. They could have easily passed me if they wanted to. Then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. I put on my turn signal to exit the highway, and a split second later, they put on their turn signal too. I took the exit, and so did they. I made a right at the light, and they made a right. I made a left at the next intersection, and they made a left. I remembered something I'd read once about what to do if you think you're being followed. You're supposed to make 3 consecutive turns in the same direction. If they're still behind you after that, they're definitely following you. So at the next 3 opportunities, I made right turns. Right, right, right. And each time, the truck turned right too. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I was about 10 minutes from home now, driving through a commercial area with a mall and some shops. Most places were closed, but there were still a few cars around. I decided to try something else. I slowed down and put on my signal like I was going to turn into the mall entrance, but at the last second, I just stopped in the right turn lane without actually turning. The truck had to keep going straight, or it would be super obvious they were following me. I watched in my rear view as they hesitated, then sped past me. It was a small white pickup, older model, but I couldn't make out the driver. I memorized the license plate, a KX279. Part of me wanted to call the police right then, but what would I say? That someone was driving behind me. Instead, I waited until they were a good distance ahead, then pulled back onto the road. Now I was following them, watching as they turned onto a street that didn't lead to my neighborhood. I felt a rush of relief and continued home, constantly checking my mirrors to make sure they hadn't circled back. Finally, I pulled into my driveway. My house was dark. I live alone except for my 2 dogs. I sat in my car for a minute, scanning the street before getting out. Everything looked normal. I had my keys ready in my hand, finger on the panic button as I hurried to my front door. My dogs were going crazy inside, barking their heads off like they always do when I get home. Once inside, I locked the door behind me, turned on all the lights, and checked all the windows and the back door. Everything was locked up tight. My dogs, Zeus and Apollo, were jumping all over me, and their familiar excitement helped calm my nerves a bit. I tried to convince myself I was overreacting about the whole thing. Then I remembered it was trash day tomorrow. I still needed to take the bins down to the curb. Part of me wanted to just forget about it. Who cares about missing trash day after the night I'd had? But I had some stuff that would start to stink if it sat for another week, so I decided to just quickly drag the cans down to the end of my driveway. I left the dogs inside and opened the garage door. The street was completely silent, the kind of silence you only get in desert neighborhoods where houses are spread out and everyone's asleep. I grabbed the first trash can and started pulling it down my driveway, the wheels making this annoying scraping sound that seemed way too loud in the quiet. That's when I saw it. At the end of my street, where the pavement stops and the open desert begins, there was someone standing there, or something. It was this tall, pale figure just standing completely still. Even from a distance I could tell it was unusually tall, like basketball player tall, but skinnier. The streetlight at the end of the road was behind it, so I couldn't make out any details except that it was definitely humanoid in shape. I froze with the trash can halfway down my driveway. The figure didn't move at all. It was just watching. The longer I stared, the more I realized I couldn't make out any facial features. It was just this extremely tall, pale, lanky form staring in my direction. My fight or flight kicked in hard. I abandoned the trash can right there in the middle of the driveway and sprinted back to my garage. As I ran, I swear I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, like the figure had suddenly started moving too. I didn't look back. I just ran as fast as I could, slammed the button for the garage door, and rushed inside. As soon as I was in, my dogs went ballistic. Not their normal barking, but this frantic, aggressive barking I'd never heard from them before. They were both at the living room window that faces the street, hackles raised, absolutely losing their minds. I was too terrified to look outside. I just grabbed both of them by their collars and dragged them to my bedroom at the back of the house. I locked my bedroom door, even though I knew that was stupid. If something could get into my house, a flimsy bedroom door lock wasn't going to stop it. I sat on my bed with both dogs, trying to calm them down and myself. They kept growling at the window, so I pulled the curtains shut tight. That's when I heard it, this faint scratching sound at my bedroom window. It wasn't loud or aggressive, just this light, persistent scraping noise, like fingernails or claws gently dragging across the glass. I held my breath and listened. The dogs heard it too. They went completely silent and stared at the window, their bodies rigid. The scratching continued for maybe 20 seconds, then stopped. I sat there in complete silence, straining my ears. Nothing. Just the sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I'd like to say I was brave enough to look outside or check the security cameras or call the police, but I wasn't. I stayed in that bedroom all night with my dogs, lights on, jumping at every little sound. I didn't sleep at all. When morning finally came, I made myself look outside. Nothing was there. No footprints in the dirt around my house. No strange marks on the window. The trash can was still sitting in the middle of my driveway where I'd left it. I've replayed that night in my head over and over. Was it all connected? The blue light on Highway 17, the truck following me, the figure at the end of my street? Or was it just a series of weird coincidences that my frightened brain strung together? I don't know. I reported the license plate to the police, but they said there was no record of a plate with those numbers. I've driven that same stretch of Highway 17 several times since then, always in daylight, looking for that blue streetlight. It's never there, just the normal yellow ones. I've never seen the tall figure again, but sometimes when I take the trash out at night, I find myself staring at the edge of the desert, half expecting to see it standing there. And sometimes, when the house is completely quiet, I swear I can still hear that faint scratching at my window. Story 6. I still get chills thinking about what happened last summer. I've never shared this with anyone outside our group, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has seen what we saw. It was the second weekend of June, right after freshman year ended. My parents had finally let me get an airsoft gun after begging for months. I'd been hanging out with this group, Jaden, Tyler, and Kevin. We weren't super close, but we all loved airsoft and video games. Kevin's family had this huge property about 20 minutes outside the city, up in the hills where houses are spaced really far apart. His dad owned like 15 acres or something crazy like that. My mom dropped me off around 1 in the afternoon. I remember because she kept asking if Kevin's parents would be home, and I kept saying yes, even though I knew they wouldn't be. They were at some wedding in Portland for the weekend. Kevin's older brother was supposed to be watching us, but he mostly stayed in his room playing League of Legends and only came out to grab food. We spent a couple hours doing airsoft battles around Kevin's yard. It was awesome at first. We had set up these little barricades with lawn furniture and trash cans. But after lunch, microwave burritos and Mountain Dew classic, Kevin got this look on his face. I'd seen it before. It meant he had an idea, usually one that would get us in trouble. "Guys, we should take the golf cart out on the back trails," he said. It wasn't actually a golf cart, more like a utility cart his dad used around the property. Had these big knobby tires and could fit all four of us. We'd driven it around the yard before, but Kevin had always said the back trails were off limits. "I thought your dad doesn't let you take it back there?" Tyler asked. Kevin shrugged. "He's not here, and my brother won't care as long as we don't crash it." So we loaded our airsoft guns and some sodas into the cart and took off. Kevin drove since he knew the property. The trail started off normal enough, just dirt paths winding through scrubby trees and bushes. The farther we went, the more overgrown everything got. I checked my phone at one point and had no service, which wasn't unusual for the hills, but still made me a little nervous. After about 20 minutes of driving, the trail narrowed and started going downhill. The trees got thicker, blocking out a lot of the sunlight. It was still afternoon, but felt later because of the shadows. That's when we came to this old rusty wire fence with these faded red signs. They were these triangular warning signs with skull symbols saying, "Keep out and danger and no trespassing." "Whose property is this?" I asked. "I thought this was all your dad's land." Kevin shook his head. "Nah, this is the back boundary. Not sure who owns this part. My dad always said to stay away from here. Obviously, that was like waving a red flag in front of 4 freshman boys with airsoft guns who thought they were invincible." "Let's check it out," Jaden said, already climbing out of the cart. I remember hesitating. Something about those signs made my stomach tight. They weren't new. They were all rusted and faded like they'd been there for decades, but someone had put them up for a reason, right? "I don't know, guys," I said. "Maybe we should head back." "Don't be such a baby, Marcus," Tyler laughed. "It's probably just some old property line. No one's going to care if we look around." I didn't want to be the chicken, so I followed them. We found a spot where the fence was sagging and climbed over. The ground on the other side felt different somehow. Softer, spongier. The air smelled weird too, kind of metallic and damp. About 50 yards past the fence, partially hidden by overgrown bushes, we found this small building. It wasn't a house exactly, more like an old office or research station. Single-story, concrete block construction with small windows, most of them broken. The metal door was hanging off its hinges. "What is this place?" I asked. "No idea," Kevin said, but he looked excited. "Let's check it out." The inside was trashed. Old papers scattered everywhere, broken furniture, weird stains on the concrete floor. Most of the papers were too faded or water-damaged to read. But I picked up one that had some kind of letterhead with a logo I didn't recognize. Looked like a stylized mountain or something with letters underneath that I couldn't make out. The place had 4 or 5 small rooms. One had what looked like lab equipment, broken glass beakers, a rusted microscope, empty metal cabinets with their doors hanging open. Another room had a desk with an ancient computer monitor smashed on the floor. "Guys, look at this," Tyler called from the back room. We crowded in. He was pointing at the wall where someone had spray-painted "They got out" in big red letters. Below it was another message: "Don't come back after dark." "That's just someone messing around," Jaden said, but his voice sounded higher than normal. "Yeah, probably some local kids," Kevin agreed. "Let's keep looking." I remember checking my phone again. It was almost 6 in the evening. We'd been exploring longer than I thought, and the light was starting to fade. "We should probably head back soon," I said. "It'll be dark in an hour or so." The others nodded, and we took a few final pictures of the place on our phones. As we were walking back toward the fence, I heard it first, this weird clicking sound coming from some bushes about 20 yards to our right, just on the other side of the fence. "Did you guys hear that?" I whispered. They stopped, and we all listened. The clicking came again, faster this time, like someone rapidly snapping their fingers, but muffled somehow. "Probably just a bird," Kevin said. But he was walking faster now. We climbed back over the fence and were almost to the golf cart when we heard it. This high-pitched screech that didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard. It was like a mixture of a woman screaming and metal scraping on metal. The fence behind us started shaking violently. "Go, go, go!" Tyler yelled. We sprinted to the cart. Kevin fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking so bad he could barely get them in the ignition. "Hurry up!" Jaden screamed. The cart engine roared to life just as I heard the distinctive sound of wire snapping. Kevin floored it, and we took off down the trail, the cart bouncing so hard I bit my tongue. Blood filled my mouth, but I was too terrified to care. The trail back was narrow, with tall shrubs on both sides, creating this corridor we had to race through. I was in the back of the cart, facing backward, and that's when I saw it. It was following us. The thing was big, maybe 7 feet tall, but hunched over as it ran. Its skin was this brownish color, not like human skin, more like scales or leather. The arms were too long for its body, ending in these massive hands with claws that dragged along the ground. The worst part was the blood, fresh bright red blood, covering those claws, and its face. I only caught glimpses, but it wasn't right. The proportions were all wrong, with this wide, lipless mouth full of jagged teeth. "It's coming!" I screamed. "Faster!" I grabbed my airsoft gun and started firing at it. The others turned and did the same, pellets bouncing harmlessly off the thing. It didn't even flinch, just kept coming, gaining on us with each stride. Its movements were wrong, jerky but fast, like watching something on old film played at high speed. The cart engine was whining, pushed to its limit as Kevin navigated the twisted trail. We hit a bump, and the cart almost flipped. Tyler dropped his gun and started crying. "Don't stop shooting!" Jaden yelled, emptying his magazine at the creature. The thing was maybe 15 feet behind us now, close enough that I could hear its breathing, this wet, rasping sound. It reached out one of those massive clawed hands, almost close enough to grab the back of the cart. Then suddenly, the trail opened up into a clearing. Sunlight hit us, and the creature stopped. It just froze at the edge of the trees, still half hidden in shadows. We kept driving and I kept watching, but it didn't follow us into the open. Kevin didn't slow down until we reached his house. We piled inside, locked all the doors, and called our parents to come get us. We made up some story about feeling sick from too many energy drinks. No one questioned why 4 teenage boys suddenly wanted to go home on a Saturday night. We never talked about what happened, never hung out as a group again. Sometimes at school, I'll catch Jaden or Tyler's eye in the hallway, and I know they're thinking about it too. Kevin moved away a month later. His dad sold the property suddenly, said they were downsizing, but I always wondered if there was another reason. I still have nightmares about that thing, about what would have happened if the cart had stalled or flipped, about those claws already covered in someone else's blood, about who or what put up those warning signs and why no one ever told us what was being kept behind that fence. I've researched local history, tried to find anything about research facilities or incidents in those hills, but there's nothing, no record of what that building was or what might have been studied there. All I know is something was living in those woods, something that shouldn't exist, something that was hunting us, and I can't shake the feeling that someday, somehow, it's going to find me again. Story 7. I still can't bring myself to drive past Memorial Hospital in Clarendon. It's been 16 years, but the memories are still too raw. I've tried to tell this story before, but people either think I'm crazy or they get that look of pity in their eyes. You know the one. But I need to get this out somewhere, and maybe someone here will understand what happened to me. Back in 2007, I was pregnant with my second child, a boy. My husband Miguel and I were over the moon. We'd struggled so much with my first pregnancy that ended in miscarriage at 5 months. So this time, doctors were monitoring me closely. Everything seemed to be going well until that night in December. I remember it was freezing cold, unusual for Arizona, and there was this winter storm that had blown in from nowhere. Miguel had gone to the store to pick up some ice cream I was craving. I was alone in the house, sitting on the couch, watching some reality show I don't even remember now. That's when I started feeling wrong. Not pain exactly, not at first, just this overwhelming sense that something wasn't right. My stomach felt weird, hard and tight, like it was made of stone instead of flesh. I put my hand on my belly and realized I couldn't feel my baby moving. He was always so active, especially in the evenings. I tried not to panic. I drank some orange juice, laid on my left side like they teach you in those birthing classes. Nothing. The panic was building, but I kept telling myself I was overreacting. Then I heard it, clear as day, right next to my ear. The baby's died. I jumped up, looking around the empty room. Nobody was there. I told myself I was imagining things, that pregnancy hormones were making me crazy. But deep down I knew, I just knew. When Miguel got home 20 minutes later, he found me sobbing on the bathroom floor. I couldn't even explain what was happening. The pain had started by then, not like contractions, but this terrible, constant ache across my abdomen. And there was blood. Not a lot, but enough. The drive to Memorial Hospital is mostly a blur now. I remember Miguel trying to stay calm while driving through that freak storm, windshield wipers going crazy against the sleet. I remember him carrying me through the emergency room doors because I couldn't walk anymore. The fluorescent lights overhead were too bright, making everything look washed out and unreal. I remember a nurse saying placental abruption and seeing the fear in her eyes. Then nothing. I later learned that I coded in the ER. My heart stopped for almost 2 minutes. They managed to revive me, but my son wasn't so lucky. He was already gone by the time we reached the hospital. They told me later that with a complete abruption like mine, he probably died very quickly, within minutes of when I first felt something was wrong. I woke up 2 days later in the ICU with tubes everywhere. My kidneys had started shutting down from the blood loss and trauma. For the next 2 weeks, I was in and out of consciousness, on dialysis every other day. I don't remember much from that time, except the pain, physical pain from what my body had been through, and the soul-crushing grief of losing my baby. Eventually, they moved me to the medical surgical floor to continue my recovery. That's when the strange things started happening. It was my 3rd night on the med-surg floor. The hospital was old, built in the 1960s, with those long beige corridors and fluorescent lights that buzzed constantly. My room was at the end of the hall, near the stairwell. Miguel had gone home to shower and get some sleep in a real bed for once. I was alone. I woke up around 3 in the morning, not because of pain or a nurse coming in to check my vitals, but because I heard voices, not just 1 or 2, but what sounded like 20 people all talking at once, just above a whisper. I couldn't make out individual words, but I knew they were talking about me. I could feel it. I opened my eyes, and the moment I did, there was this collective shh sound, and then complete silence. The room was dark except for the glow from the monitors. The door was closed. I was completely alone. I pressed the call button, convinced I was hallucinating from the medications. The night nurse came in, checked my vitals, and assured me everything was fine. She even checked the hallway and the bathroom, but found nothing. After she left, I lay there staring at the ceiling, too afraid to close my eyes again. That's when I felt it, a presence in the room, not threatening, just there. I turned my head toward the door and saw her, a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, standing beside my bed. She had olive-toned skin and wore her hair in 2 curly ponytails. Her clothes looked old-fashioned, a collared dress with short, puffy sleeves and white knee socks, like something from the 1970s. But what struck me most were her eyes, or rather, where her eyes should have been. There were just dark shadows there. But somehow, I could tell she was looking at me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just stared at her, and she stared back. Then slowly, she raised her small hand and pointed to the other side of my bed. "Miguel," I whispered, thinking my husband had returned without me noticing. The little girl nodded, still pointing. But when I turned to look, there was nobody there. Just an empty chair where Miguel usually sat. When I turned back, the girl was gone. I pressed the call button again, frantic this time. The same nurse came in, obviously annoyed until she saw my face. My heart rate was through the roof, and I was hyperventilating. She had to give me something to calm me down. I tried to tell her what I'd seen, but the words wouldn't come out right. She just patted my hand and said the medications can cause vivid dreams. But it wasn't a dream. I know what I saw. The next morning, Miguel arrived with coffee and a sad smile. When I asked him if he'd come back during the night, he looked confused and said no. He'd slept at home. I didn't tell him about the little girl. I didn't tell anyone. Not then. That night, Miguel insisted on staying. He reclined in the chair beside my bed and was soon snoring softly. I lay awake, afraid to sleep, watching the shadows in the corners of the room. Around the same time as the previous night, I heard them again, the whispers, dozens of voices all around me. This time I kept my eyes closed, listening. I still couldn't make out most words, but I caught fragments. Poor thing. The baby. She can hear us. I opened my eyes just a crack. The room looked different somehow, like there was a thin veil over everything, making the edges blurry. And there were people everywhere. Shadowy figures standing around my bed, by the window in the corners. Some wore what looked like old-fashioned hospital gowns, others in regular clothes from different decades. I could make out a woman in a nurse's uniform from maybe the 1950s, an elderly man with suspenders, a teenage boy with what looked like terrible burns on his face. And there, at the foot of my bed, was the little girl again. This time, she was smiling. I should have been terrified, but strangely I wasn't. None of them felt threatening. They were just there, watching, waiting. The little girl stepped forward and placed her small hand on my blanket-covered foot. I could feel it, not like a normal touch, but like a cool breeze passing through the fabric. "Who are you?" I whispered, careful not to wake Miguel. She didn't speak, but somehow I understood. Her name was Lucia. She'd died in this hospital in 1974 from leukemia. She'd been 6 years old. "Why are you here?" I asked. Again, no words, but I understood. They were all here because they'd died in this hospital. Some recently, some decades ago. They gathered sometimes around patients who were between worlds, those who had been close to death, like I had been, those who had lost someone, like I had. Lucia looked toward Miguel, sleeping in the chair. I realized then what she'd been trying to tell me the night before. Miguel had been there, just not physically. It was his spirit she'd seen, watching over me while his body was at home asleep. "My baby," I said, tears filling my eyes. "Is he here too?" Lucia smiled and nodded, then looked toward the window. I followed her gaze and saw a soft, glowing light there. Not a figure, not a shape, just pure light. Somehow, I knew it was my son. I lay there crying silently, not from fear, but from a strange mixture of grief and comfort. These spirits, these people who had passed through the veil, were showing me something profound, that death wasn't the end, that my baby wasn't gone forever. The light by the window seemed to pulse gently, growing brighter for a moment. I felt a warmth spread through my chest, like being embraced from the inside. Then, as the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky outside, the spirits began to fade. Lucia was the last to go, her shadowy eyes holding mine, until she simply wasn't there anymore. When the day nurse came in to check on me that morning, she commented that I looked different, more peaceful. I didn't tell her why. I spent 5 more days in that hospital room. The spirits came every night, always around 3 in the morning, sometimes just a few, sometimes many. Lucia was always there. They never spoke aloud, but somehow communicated with me. They showed me glimpses of their lives, their deaths. Some had died peacefully, others in pain or fear. But none of them seemed unhappy now. On my last night there, before discharge, Lucia came alone. She stood by my bed for a long time, just looking at me with those shadow eyes. Then she reached out and touched my hand. In that moment, I saw a flash of something. My son, grown into a young man, smiling. Then it was gone. The next day, I left Memorial Hospital. I never saw Lucia or any of the other spirits again. I've questioned my experience 1,000 times since then. Was it just grief and medication playing tricks on my mind? Was it a coping mechanism my brain created to deal with the trauma? Maybe, but it felt real. It still feels real. I still miss my son every day. I still grieve. But since those nights in Memorial Hospital, I've never feared death. Somehow, I know that when my time comes, my baby will be waiting for me, along with Lucia and all the others who showed me that the boundary between life and death is thinner than we think. I've never gone back to Memorial Hospital. I don't need to. The message they needed to give me, I received, and sometimes in the deepest part of night, I still hear whispers. Story 8. I've never really shared this with anyone online before, but I need to get this off my chest. It happened about 3 years ago when I was 13, and I still get chills thinking about it. My parents had left for the weekend to attend my uncle's wedding in another state. I wasn't too worried about staying home because our nanny, Ms. Carroll, was there to watch me. Plus, my mom arranged for my 2 cousins, Emma and Lily, to stay over for a sleepover to keep me company. Emma is a year older than me, and Lily is my age. We've always been close, the kind of cousins who are more like sisters. When they arrived Friday afternoon, we were so excited. It was going to be a fun weekend, with just us girls and Ms. Carroll, who was pretty chill, and usually let us stay up later than my parents would. Our house was this old Victorian-style place that my parents bought when I was 9. It had 3 floors, and these creaky wooden floors that my dad always said had character. I never liked the house much. There was always something about it that felt off, like someone was watching you when you were alone. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, down the hall from my parents' room. Miss Carroll stayed in the guest room on the 1st floor. That evening, we were playing around and being silly as usual. We had ordered pizza and were watching scary movies in the living room. Nothing too scary, just some PG-13 stuff my mum would have probably said no to. After the 2nd movie, we went upstairs to my room. I had 2 extra mattresses set up on my floor for Emma and Lily. We were playing this stupid game we made up. Emma found this piece of styrofoam that had come in a package my mom received earlier that week. It was about the size of my hand, thin and white. When you pressed on it, it made this high-pitched squeaking sound. Emma got this brilliant idea to place it behind my bedroom door, wedged against the wall, so that when the door opened, it would scrape against the styrofoam and make that noise. This way, we'll know if Miss Carroll tries to sneak in and check on us, Emma said, laughing as she positioned it just right. We didn't have anything to hide, really, but we thought it was hilarious at the time. Just dumb kid stuff. We tested it a few times, giggling every time the door pushed against the styrofoam and made that distinctive squeak. Miss Carroll came up around 10:30 to tell us not to stay up too late. We quickly removed the styrofoam before she opened the door, then put it back after she left. We played card games, did our nails, and talked about school and boys until we were exhausted. We finally turned off the lights around 1 in the morning and settled into our beds. I don't know how long I was asleep before I woke up to Lily whispering, "Amelia, I need to use the bathroom." I groggily checked my phone. It was 3:27 in the morning. "Down the hall to the right," I mumbled, before rolling over. I heard Lily carefully open the door, the styrofoam making that squeaky noise as she did, and then close it behind her. After she left, I couldn't fall back asleep. You know how sometimes you just wake up and your brain decides it's done with sleeping? That's what happened. I was lying there in the dark, staring at my ceiling, thinking about random stuff. My parents at the wedding, school on Monday, this boy I liked. That's when I heard it. The styrofoam squeaked as my bedroom door slowly opened. I kept my eyes closed, assuming it was just Lily coming back from the bathroom, but the footsteps sounded different, heavier, more deliberate. Then they stopped. I could feel someone standing in the doorway, just watching us. I figured it must be Ms. Carroll checking on us, or maybe my mom had come home early for some reason. I was too tired to open my eyes, and honestly, I was playing that childhood game where you pretend to be asleep when an adult checks on you. So I just laid there, breathing evenly, waiting for whoever it was to leave. Then I heard Emma whisper from her mattress on the floor, "Amelia, your mum's at the door." My heart did this weird little jump in my chest. If Emma was awake too and could see the door from her position on the floor, then it must be my mum. I still didn't open my eyes. I was half asleep and figured Mum was just checking on us after getting home late. The door closed softly, the styrofoam squeaking again. I heard footsteps move down the hallway, and then silence. I drifted back to sleep, thinking nothing of it. The next morning I woke up around 9. Emma and Lily were still sleeping, so I quietly stepped over them and went to use the bathroom. On my way back, I noticed my parents' bedroom door was open. This struck me as odd because my mom always closed their door when they slept. I peeked in and saw their bed was made, not slept in at all. Their suitcases weren't there either. A knot formed in my stomach. I went downstairs and found Ms. Carroll in the kitchen making pancakes. "Did my parents come home last night?" I asked her. She looked confused. "No, honey. They're not coming back until tomorrow evening, remember?" The knot in my stomach tightened. "Are you sure? Emma saw my mom at our bedroom door last night." Ms. Carroll put down her spatula. "What are you talking about? I was asleep downstairs all night. I didn't check on you girls after saying good night." I felt cold all over. I grabbed my phone from my pocket and called my mom. She answered on the 3rd ring. "Hey, sweetie. Everything okay?" Her voice sounded distant, like she was in a crowded place. "Mom, did you come home last night?" My voice was shaking a little. "What? No, we're still at your uncle's. The reception is about to start." "Why?" I swallowed hard. "No reason, I just thought I heard someone in your room this morning." There was a pause, and I could tell my mom was moving to somewhere quieter. "Amelia, what's going on?" "Nothing," I said quickly. "Someone came into my room last night. Emma said it was you." Another pause. "Oh, I did come home very late to grab something I forgot," my mom said, her voice suddenly casual. "I must have checked on you girls while I was there. I didn't want to wake anyone up. I left right after." Relief washed over me, but then something felt off about her explanation. "What did you forget?" I asked. "Just some medication," she said vaguely. "Listen, honey, they're calling us for the reception. I have to go. Everything's fine. Love you." She hung up before I could say anything else. I stood there in the kitchen, phone in hand, that cold feeling returning. My mom never took any regular medication. And why would she drive 4 hours in the middle of the night to get something, then drive back for the wedding? When Emma and Lily came downstairs for breakfast, I immediately asked Emma about what she saw. "Yeah, your mom looked in on us last night," Emma said, reaching for a pancake. "I saw her face in the doorway. She was just standing there for a minute, looking at us. I figured she came home early." "What time was this?" Miss Carroll asked. Her forehead creased with concern. "I don't know, like 3:30 maybe." Emma shrugged. "After Lily went to the bathroom." Lily nodded. "Yeah, I passed the styrofoam thing on my way back, and then a little bit later, It squeaked again when your mom opened the door. Miss Carroll set her coffee mug down hard. Girls, I need you to be honest with me. Did anyone else come to the house last night? Did you let someone in? We all shook our heads. The pancakes sat untouched on our plates. And you're absolutely sure it was your mom you saw, Emma? Miss Carroll pressed. Emma nodded slowly. I mean, it was dark, but yeah, it looked like your mom, Amelia. I could see her face in the light from the hallway nightlight. She had her hair down, like she usually does. I felt sick. I called my mom back immediately, but it went straight to voicemail. I texted her, "Did you really come home last night?" About an hour later, she responded, "No, honey, I was just trying not to worry you. Your dad and I have been here the whole time. Is everything okay?" My hands were shaking so badly I could barely type. "Someone came into my room last night. Emma saw them and thought it was you." My phone rang seconds later. My mum's voice was tight with panic. "Amelia, put Miss Carroll on the phone right now." I handed the phone to Miss Carroll, who walked into the living room to talk privately. When she came back, her face was pale. She told us to pack our things. We were going to stay at my cousin's house until my parents got back. As we were packing, I noticed something on the floor near my door. The piece of styrofoam had been crushed, like someone had stepped on it hard. None of us remembered doing that. We never talked about what happened that night again. My parents came home early from the wedding, and they had a lot of private conversations with Ms. Carroll, Emma and Lily, never stayed over at my house again. My mom tried to brush it off, saying it was probably just Ms. Carroll checking on us, and Emma was confused in the dark. But I know Miss Carroll wasn't lying when she said she never came upstairs, and Emma wasn't confused about what she saw. She described my mum perfectly, the way she stood, the way her hair looked. Someone, or something, came into my room that night, looking exactly like my mother, and to this day, I sleep with my bedroom door locked. Sometimes I still wake up at exactly 3:27 in the morning, listening for that styrofoam squeak, terrified of seeing my mother's face in the doorway when I know she isn't home. My parents sold that house 6 months later. They never told me why we moved so suddenly, but I have my suspicions. I've tried researching the history of the house online, but I haven't found anything conclusive. All I know is that whatever was in my doorway that night wasn't my mother, and it wasn't human. Story 9. I've never been the type to believe in the paranormal. Growing up in a small village in the Netherlands, about 30 minutes outside Amsterdam, I was always the rational one among my friends. Ghost stories were just that, stories. At least that's what I thought until last month, when things started happening in our house that I still can't explain. We moved to this place about 2 years ago. It's an old farmhouse that sits at the edge of a dense forest. The property has a long gravel driveway, a rusty gate at the entrance, and backs right up against the tree line. My mom fell in love with it immediately. The isolation, the character, the history. I liked it too, initially. It felt peaceful being away from the noise of the city. The first incident happened on a Tuesday evening in October. I was studying for an exam at my desk when our cat, Milo, started acting strange. He jumped onto my windowsill and froze, his back arched, eyes fixed on something outside. It was already dark, around 9 in the evening, and all I could see was the reflection of my room in the glass. "Milo, what are you looking at?" I whispered, moving closer to the window. That's when I heard it. A laugh. Not a normal laugh. It was distorted, like someone had recorded a child's giggle and played it back at half speed. It came from the direction of the forest, right where Milo was staring. The sound made my skin crawl. It wasn't loud, but clear enough that I knew I hadn't imagined it. I pulled the curtains shut and tried to focus on my textbook, but I couldn't concentrate. Milo stayed at the window for almost an hour, occasionally making these low, growling sounds. I'd never heard from him before. The next morning, I mentioned it to my mom over breakfast. She brushed it off, suggesting it was probably just an owl or some other nocturnal animal. I wanted to believe her, but deep down, I knew it wasn't any animal I'd ever heard. A few nights later, things escalated. I was woken up by my mom standing in the doorway of my bedroom, her face pale in the dim light from the hallway. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I sat up, rubbing my eyes. Hear what? Footsteps outside and a woman's voice. I checked my phone. It was exactly 4:44 in the morning. That specific time stuck with me for some reason. My mom described hearing footsteps on the gravel path that leads to our front door, followed by a woman's voice with a distinct Slavic accent saying, come on," several times. The voice sounded urgent, she said, like the woman was trying to convince someone to follow her. We checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked. Looking out from the windows facing the front of the house, we couldn't see anyone. The motion sensor lights hadn't been triggered either, which was strange if someone had actually been walking up our path. Maybe it was just a dream, I suggested, though I didn't really believe it. My mom isn't the type to imagine things. She nodded, but I could tell she was unsettled. It felt so real, she said quietly. I could hear the gravel crunching under their feet. We went back to bed, but I don't think either of us slept much that night. The following week I was home alone. My mom had a dentist appointment in the city, and I had the day off from school. It was around noon, and I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when I heard our front sliding door open. The sound was unmistakable, the slight squeak of the rollers, followed by the soft thud as it closed again. Then footsteps on the concrete floor of our entryway. "Mom!" I called out, thinking she must have come home early. No response. I put down the knife I was using and walked toward the entryway. As I approached, I called out again. Still nothing. When I reached the front of the house, there was no one there. The sliding door was closed and locked from the inside, exactly as we always keep it. I checked the security system panel. It hadn't registered the door opening at all. I stood there for a long moment, trying to process what had happened. I'd heard the door. I'd heard footsteps. I was absolutely certain of it. But there was no evidence anyone had entered the house. I called my mom right away, my hands shaking as I held the phone. "Is everything okay?" she asked, immediately picking up on the panic in my voice. "I think someone was in the house," I told her. "I heard the front door open and footsteps, but there's no one here." She came home immediately, and we searched the entire house together. Nothing was missing or out of place. No signs of forced entry. The security system hadn't been triggered. "Maybe it was the house settling," my mom suggested, but I could tell she didn't believe that any more than I did. That night, we double-checked all the locks before going to bed. I pushed my desk in front of my bedroom door and kept a baseball bat beside my bed. I didn't sleep well. The final incident, the one that still makes my stomach twist when I think about it, happened last Thursday. I left for school early that morning, around 7:30. It was a crisp autumn day, frost covering the grass and trees. I remember crunching through the fallen leaves as I walked down our driveway and through the gate, closing it behind me as I always do. I was about 300 meters from the house, just approaching the main road, when my phone rang. It was my mom, and she sounded terrified. "Are you still at home?" she asked, her voice shaking. "No, I'm almost at the bus stop." "Why?" There was a long pause. "Mom, what's wrong?" When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above a whisper. "Someone just came into the house. I heard the gate open and close, then heavy footsteps on the gravel. The front door opened, and I heard someone call my name. It sounded exactly like you." I felt a chill run down my spine. "That's impossible. I've been gone for like 5 minutes." "I know," she said. "That's why I called." I ran all the way back home. When I arrived, my mom was standing in the kitchen, still in her pajamas, looking out the window toward the forest. The house was empty except for us. "I swear I heard someone," she insisted. The gate made that squeaking noise it always does, and the gravel crunched under their feet. Then the door opened, and I heard your voice calling, "Mom," just like you do when you come home. We checked the security cameras that day. There was nothing. Just me leaving at 7:30 and then nothing until I came running back 20 minutes later. No one else had approached the house. Since then, things have been quiet, but the atmosphere in our house has changed. There's a tension in the air, like we're both waiting for something to happen. Milo spends most of his time hiding under furniture now, and he refuses to go near the windows at night. I've researched the history of our property, trying to find any explanation for what's happening. The house was built in the 1930s, and as far as I can tell, nothing particularly tragic happened here. The forest behind us is old, though, with folklore dating back centuries. Some locals talk about the forest people, spirits that supposedly lure travelers deeper into the woods. Others mention a story about a woman who lost her child in the forest generations ago and still wanders the area, calling for help. I would have dismissed these as superstitious nonsense a month ago, but now I'm not so sure. My mom wants to move, but the housing market is terrible right now, and we can't afford to just pack up and leave. So we're still here, sleeping with lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. Last night, I woke up at exactly 4:44 again. The room was silent, but when I looked toward my window, Milo was there staring out into the darkness, his tail puffed up to twice its normal size. I didn't hear any laughter this time, but I swear I saw something move among the trees, a shadow that seemed to shift in a way that wasn't natural, like it was beckoning. I didn't get out of bed to check. Some things I've decided are better left uninvestigated. I'm writing this because I need to tell someone. My friends would think I'm crazy, and my mum and I have stopped talking about it, as if acknowledging these events gives them more power somehow. But they happened. I know they happened. Whatever is out there at the edge of the forest, it knows us. It knows our voices, our routines, and sometimes in the quiet moments before sleep takes hold, I can't shake the feeling that it's waiting for us to drop our guard, just once, and invite it in. Story 10. You see, I've been debating whether to post this for months. I'm still not sure if sharing it makes me sound crazy, but I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. My name is Thomas. My wife Margaret, our adult daughter Eleanor, who visits often, and I live in a small town called Ravenwood in rural New England. Our house was built in the 1960s. Nothing special, just a typical split-level home with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. We've owned it for almost 15 years now. There's always been something off about this place. Nothing dramatic, just little things that didn't quite add up. Keys that weren't where we left them, a coffee mug suddenly appearing on a different counter, the TV remote showing up in the bathroom. We used to laugh it off as being forgetful or absent-minded, but about 6 months ago, things started getting worse, much worse, and it was happening primarily to me. I'd put my reading glasses down on the nightstand, turned to grab something from the dresser, and they'd be gone when I turned back. Not just fallen behind the nightstand or slipped under the bed, completely gone, only to show up hours later in the kitchen drawer or on top of the refrigerator, places I know I hadn't been. It wasn't just occasionally misplacing things anymore. This was happening multiple times a day, every single day. I'd set down my wallet on the counter while emptying my pockets, reach for my phone to check messages, and my wallet would vanish. 20 minutes later, Margaret would find it sitting on the washing machine in the basement. I started wondering if I was losing my mind. Was I having blackouts, early onset dementia? I began secretly researching memory disorders, terrified of what might be happening to my brain. I even made an appointment with my doctor, but cancelled it twice, afraid of what he might tell me. Margaret noticed my increasing anxiety. "You seem on edge lately," she said one evening after dinner. "Is everything okay?" I didn't want to worry her with my fears about my mental health, so I just mentioned that things in the house seemed to be disappearing a lot. She nodded sympathetically, but didn't seem particularly concerned. "We're getting older, Tom. It happens to everyone. But it wasn't happening to her, only to me." I started taking photos of where I placed things, trying to prove to myself I wasn't crazy. I'd snap a picture of my coffee cup on the end table, go to the bathroom, and return to find it gone. Only the photo on my phone confirming I hadn't imagined putting it there in the first place. The worst part was that no one else seemed to be experiencing this. Margaret would occasionally misplace something, but it was normal forgetfulness. Nothing like what was happening to me. Eleanor noticed nothing unusual during her weekly visits. I felt completely alone in my experiences, which only reinforced my fears about my mental state. By April, I was at my breaking point. I was barely sleeping, constantly on edge, waiting for the next thing to disappear. That's when Margaret suggested hiring some help around the house. "You're working too hard trying to maintain this place on your own," she said. "Let's get someone to help with the cleaning and organizing. Maybe that will reduce your stress." I agreed, desperately hoping that having another person in the house might somehow normalize things. Through a friend's recommendation, we hired Jane Miller, a retired nurse in her early 60s who did housekeeping part-time. She was no-nonsense, practical, and didn't suffer fools, exactly the kind of grounding presence I needed. Jane was scheduled to start on a Tuesday morning. I took the day off work to help her get acquainted with the house and show her where everything was kept. Margaret had a doctor's appointment and would be gone most of the morning. Jane arrived promptly at 8, wearing practical clothes and carrying her own caddy of preferred cleaning supplies. "I like to use my own products," she explained, "but I'll use whatever you have for specialized surfaces." I immediately liked her straightforward manner. We started in the kitchen, which needed the most work. I cleared the counters while Jane filled a bucket with hot, soapy water. We worked well together, me washing the dishes while she wiped down the cabinets. Around 10, I opened a new package of bright blue scrubber sponges I'd bought specifically for Jane's first day. They were distinctive, electric blue with a white scrubbing side. I tore open the plastic packaging, handed one to Jane, and placed the package with the remaining 5 sponges on the counter next to the coffee maker at the north end of the kitchen. "These should work well for the stovetop," I said, feeling somewhat proud of myself for being prepared. Jane nodded approvingly and got to work on the crusty burners. We continued cleaning for about half an hour. I was on my hands and knees scrubbing the baseboards while Jane was finishing up with the stove. "Could you pass me another one of those blue sponges?" she asked. "This one's pretty much done for." "Sure," I said, standing up. "They're right by the coffee maker." But they weren't. The package of sponges was gone. My stomach immediately dropped. It was happening again, but this time with a witness. "They were right here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady while pointing to the empty spot next to the coffee maker. Jane looked at me with mild confusion. "Maybe you moved them when you were cleaning around there." "No, I haven't been on that side of the kitchen since I put them there." I tried not to sound defensive, but panic was rising in my chest. This was exactly what I'd been experiencing for months, and now it was happening in front of someone else. "Well, they must be somewhere," Jane said practically. "Let's look around." We searched the entire kitchen, checking drawers, looking under appliances, moving the coffee maker to see if they'd somehow slipped behind it. Nothing. As we expanded our search, Jane suddenly stopped at the breakfast bar at the southern end of the kitchen. "Are these what we're looking for?" she asked, pointing to the package of blue sponges sitting neatly on the bar stool. I stared in disbelief. The sponges were at the completely opposite end of the kitchen from where I'd left them. And here's the thing, to get from the coffee maker to the breakfast bar, you would have had to walk around the island in the middle of the kitchen, which we had partially blocked with cleaning supplies, a step stool, and the open dishwasher door. Neither of us had been to that part of the kitchen since we started cleaning. I certainly hadn't moved the sponges, and Jane had been in my sight the entire time. "Did you put these here?" I asked Jane, trying to keep my voice casual. She shook her head, looking puzzled. No, I've been working on the stove since you gave me the first sponge. A wave of relief washed over me. Someone else had witnessed it. I wasn't losing my mind. This is going to sound strange, I said slowly. But things like this have been happening a lot lately. Things moving when no one's looking. Jane picked up the package of sponges, examining it as if it might provide some clue. You mean like things getting misplaced? No, actually moving. I'll put something down, turn away for a moment, and it'll be somewhere completely different when I look back. Sometimes in another room entirely. I expected skepticism or concerned looks, but Jane just nodded thoughtfully. My sister had something similar happen in her house in Vermont. Objects would relocate, doors would open and close on their own. She handed me the package of sponges. She always said her house had a mind of its own. For the rest of the morning, we kept a close eye on our cleaning supplies. Twice more, items moved inexplicably. A bottle of window cleaner that Jane had placed on the windowsill showed up in the pantry. The roll of paper towels that had been on the counter somehow made its way to the top of the refrigerator. Each time, we verified with each other that neither of us had moved the items. Each time, the objects had traveled to locations that would have required navigating around obstacles we'd set up while cleaning. By lunchtime, when Margaret returned home, Jane and I had developed an unexpected camaraderie. As we sat at the kitchen table eating sandwiches, Jane looked at me directly. "Mr. Reynolds, I think you might have a poltergeist." Margaret nearly choked on her sandwich. "A what?" "A poltergeist," Jane repeated calmly, as if discussing the weather. "A spirit that moves objects. They're usually harmless, just mischievous." I expected Margaret to dismiss this immediately, but instead she looked thoughtful. "You know, my mother always said this house had a history. The previous owners mentioned strange occurrences too. This was news to me. You never told me that." Margaret shrugged. It never seemed important. Just old house stories. After lunch, Jane and I continued cleaning, moving to the living room. The phenomena continued. A dust cloth left on the coffee table appeared moments later draped over the banister. A can of furniture polish rolled from one end of the mantel to the other while we were both looking at it. By the end of the day, Jane had witnessed at least 7 unexplainable movements of objects. As she packed up her supplies to leave, she seemed completely unfazed. "Same time Thursday?" she asked, as if we'd spent the day doing nothing more unusual than dusting shelves. "You're not bothered by what happened today?" I asked, incredulous. Jane smiled for the first time since arriving. "Mr. Reynolds, I've been a nurse for 40 years. I've seen people defy medical explanation, flatlining and coming back to life, healing from injuries that should have been fatal. A few moving sponges don't rattle me." As she walked to her car, she turned back. "And for what it's worth, you're not crazy. Whatever's happening in your house is real. At least now you know you're not imagining it." Those words were the greatest gift anyone could have given me. I wasn't losing my mind. I wasn't experiencing dementia or having blackouts. There was something genuinely strange happening in our house, something others could witness too. That night I slept better than I had in months. Yes, we apparently had a poltergeist, or whatever you want to call it. But somehow, that was far less terrifying than the alternative I'd been fearing. The incidents continue to this day. Jane still comes twice a week, and she started keeping a log of moved items. Margaret now admits she's experienced it too, but didn't want to worry me. Eleanor remains skeptical, though last week she watched her car keys migrate from her purse to the chandelier while she was visiting. We've learned to live with our relocating objects. Sometimes it's annoying, sometimes it's almost helpful. Like when my lost reading glasses appeared on my pillow after I'd searched for them for hours. I still don't understand what's happening, or why it started targeting me so intensely 6 months ago. All I know is that I'm not crazy, I'm not losing my mind, and sometimes the most rational explanation for inexplicable events isn't rational at all. Story 11. I don't consider myself particularly sensitive to the paranormal, but I've always been able to sense things others can't. Growing up in my childhood home, there were always presences. My parents never acknowledged them directly, but I'd catch my mum leaving out small offerings, a cookie here, a thimble of whiskey there, just little courtesies. Our house spirits were benevolent, more like roommates who occasionally rearranged your stuff than anything malicious. I never thought much about it until college, when friends would freak out about my casual mentions of the lady in the hallway or the old man in the attic. That's when I realized not everyone grew up with the veil being so thin. My faith has always taught me that there's more to our world than what we can see, but I'm not one to go looking for trouble either. I've helped a few troubled spirits find peace over the years, but I've always maintained clear boundaries. Last week, my wife Annie and I took a trip to Ashland, Oregon. It's this beautiful historic town, famous for its Shakespeare Festival and craft breweries. We're both theater nerds, so we'd been planning this getaway for months. The town itself has this perfect blend of old-world charm and modern amenities. Victorian homes nestled alongside trendy coffee shops. We splurged on a room at the Ashland Grand, this gorgeous brick building from the 1890s that had just completed renovations earlier this year. The moment we walked in, I felt that familiar prickle at the back of my neck, the one I always get when a place has history. Not necessarily bad history, just a lot of it. Our room was on the 4th floor, one of the corner suites with these massive windows overlooking the plaza. The decor struck that perfect balance between honoring the building's history and modern comfort. Clawfoot tub, but with rainforest shower, antique 4-poster bed with a memory foam mattress. Annie immediately fell in love with the window seat where she could curl up with her book. I didn't say anything to her, but I definitely felt something in the room. Not threatening, just present. Like when you can sense someone looking at you from across a crowded room. I've learned not to jump at every spiritual shadow, so I just mentally acknowledged whatever it was and went about unpacking. We spent the day exploring the town, caught a matinee performance of The Tempest, and had an amazing dinner at this farm-to-table place that Annie had read about. By the time we got back to our room, we were exhausted in that pleasant way that comes from a day well spent. Annie fell asleep almost immediately, but I stayed up a bit longer, reading on my tablet with the brightness turned all the way down. The air conditioner was humming away. We always sleep with it cold, around 62 degrees, because Annie is practically a furnace when she sleeps. I must have dozed off around midnight with my tablet still in my hand. I woke up at 3:36 in the morning. I know the exact time because I checked my phone, confused about why I was suddenly so uncomfortably warm. The AC was still running. I could hear it, but I felt like I was wrapped in an electric blanket. My t-shirt was sticking to my back with sweat. Annie was sleeping peacefully on her side, facing away from me toward the wall with about a foot of space between us. She hadn't moved since falling asleep, and she had the lightweight summer blanket pulled up to her chin, the way she always does, even in the heat. I needed water badly. My mouth felt like sandpaper. I rolled onto my back to reach for the water bottle I'd left on the nightstand, and that's when I felt it, something like cool hair brushing against my face, just the lightest touch, like someone leaning over me. At first, I thought it must be Annie's hair, but that was impossible. She was still in the exact same position, facing away from me, and her hair couldn't possibly reach where I was lying. Plus, Annie uses this lavender shampoo that I can always smell, and this didn't smell like anything. I froze for a second, then forced myself to reach for the water anyway. I drank half the bottle in one go, trying to rationalize what I'd felt. Maybe it was just the air from the AC vent, the curtain moving, a strand of my own hair. I set the bottle down and settled back into bed, pulling the sheet up despite still feeling weirdly overheated. I closed my eyes and tried to will myself back to sleep. That's when I felt a weight press down on the blanket behind me, like someone sitting on the edge of the bed. My first thought was that Annie had gotten up, but when I opened my eyes, she was still in the exact same position as before, breathing deeply in sleep. The weight remained, a distinct depression in the mattress that I could feel shifting slightly, as if whatever was causing it was adjusting its position. A tingling sensation started moving up and down my leg, almost like when your foot falls asleep, but more deliberate. I tried to tell myself it was just my back acting up. I have sciatica that flares up sometimes when I sleep wrong, but this was different. It felt external, like fingertips lightly trailing up and down my calf. I'm not going to lie, I was freaked out, but not in the way you might expect. I wasn't terrified. It didn't feel threatening, just intensely strange. I've had sleep paralysis before, where you feel a malevolent presence and can't move. This wasn't that. I could move just fine. I shifted my position slightly to see if the sensations would stop. They didn't. In fact, the weight on the blanket increased, and I felt what I can only describe as hair brushing against my back. Not just a strand or two like before, but a curtain of it, softly grazing between my shoulder blades through my t-shirt. Again, completely impossible for it to be Annie's hair, given our positions. I laid there completely still, trying to process what was happening. I'm not ashamed to admit I was reciting prayers in my head, not out of fear exactly, but as a reflex. The strange part was, I didn't feel endangered. Whatever this was didn't feel malicious. This continued for what felt like forever. I checked my phone again. 4:23. Almost an hour had passed. The weight behind me shifted again, and I felt something that seemed like a hand gently rest between my shoulder blades. Not pushing, just resting there. The heat that had been making me sweat started to localize to just that spot, like a hot compress. Then the strangest thing happened. The tension I'd been carrying in my shoulders, stress from work, from the long drive to Ashland, from the million little anxieties I always carry, it just started to dissolve. It felt like someone was literally drawing the stress out through that spot on my back. The sensation radiated outward, down my arms, up my neck, like knots untying themselves. The weight on the bed increased again, and I felt what seemed like a body pressing against my back. Not in a sexual way, more like how a cat might press against you for warmth. Cool hair draped over my shoulder, and I felt a distinct pressure against the back of my neck, almost like, well, like a kiss. Just the lightest pressure, there and then gone. And then, as suddenly as it had started, everything lifted. The weight disappeared from the bed. The hair vanished. The warmth that had been making me sweat cooled instantly, and I felt the air conditioners chill again. I rolled over cautiously, half expecting to see something, or someone, beside the bed. But there was nothing. Just the moonlight filtering through the curtains and Annie still sleeping peacefully. I checked my phone again. 5:02. I'd been experiencing whatever that was for nearly an hour and a half. I should have been exhausted, but instead I felt strangely refreshed. Better than refreshed. I felt lighter than I had in months, maybe years, like someone had removed a backpack full of rocks I'd been carrying so long I'd forgotten it was there. I must have fallen back asleep because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the windows and Annie was asking if I wanted to get breakfast at the cafe downstairs. I felt amazing, energized, clear-headed. The chronic ache in my lower back that I've had since a skiing accident 3 years ago was completely gone. Throughout the day, I kept waiting for the lightness to fade, for my usual stress and physical discomforts to creep back in. They didn't. We walked all over town, hiked up to Lithia Park's upper trails, and I never felt a twinge. Annie kept commenting on how relaxed I looked, how I was smiling more. I didn't tell her about my experience. I'm still not sure how to explain it without sounding crazy. But that night, before we checked out of the hotel, I did something that might seem strange. I stood in the middle of our room while Annie was taking a shower and spoke quietly but clearly. "Thank you for whatever you did for me. I appreciate it, but I need you to stay here. This is your home, not mine. You can't come with us." I'm not sure if it helped, but it made me feel better. When we got home yesterday, I repositioned our security camera to monitor the interior of the house rather than the front door, just in case. It's been 5 days now, and the feeling of lightness hasn't diminished. I still feel like someone removed a weight I didn't know I was carrying. Whatever, or whoever visited me that night, gave me something I didn't know I needed. It was easily the most pleasant paranormal experience I've ever had, but I still check the security footage every morning, just to be sure our visitor kept their end of the bargain and stayed in Ashland. Story 12. I still can't shake what happened last week. It's been 7 days, and I've barely slept. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back on that road, and that smell comes flooding back. I need to write this down. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can make sense of it. I don't believe in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what happened that night has me questioning everything. I moved away from Ravenwood about 3 years ago for work. It's a small town where nothing ever happens, the kind of place where everyone knows your business before you do. Last week, I finally had some time off and decided to visit. My parents don't live there anymore, but I still have my old house that I've been renting out. The tenant moved out recently, so I figured I'd check on the place and catch up with some old friends. That night, I met up with Alex, Tom, and Dana at Riverside Grill, this restaurant on the outskirts of town that somehow survived while other businesses closed down. We stayed way longer than planned, talking about old times, what everyone's been up to. It felt good reconnecting. By the time we finished, it was already past 1 in the morning. The restaurant is about 20 minutes from my house if you take the main roads, but I know all the shortcuts from growing up there. These back roads cut through some pretty isolated areas, mostly farmland and patches of woods. I'm talking about roads where streetlights don't exist, and you might see one car every half hour at night. I was on my motorcycle, nothing fancy, just a Kawasaki I've had for years. The night was clear, temperature perfect for riding. I had my earbuds in, playing some music, and I was just enjoying being back on familiar roads. The first 15 minutes of the ride were completely normal. I passed maybe 2 cars going the opposite direction, saw a fox crossing the road at one point, and that was it. I wasn't spooked or nervous at all. I've never been the jumpy type, especially in Ravenwood. This place has always felt safe to me. It was just a normal ride home after seeing friends, nothing more. When I got to the junction of Old Mill Road and Pine Street, I made the turn onto Pine Street, which is where my house is. That's when everything changed. The second I turned onto Pine Street, this overwhelming smell hit me. It was like someone had sprayed perfume directly into my face. Not just any perfume. It was distinctly feminine, floral, but with something else I can't quite describe. Sweet, but not sickeningly so. Expensive smelling, if that makes sense. It was so sudden and so intense that I actually slowed down, thinking maybe I'd missed seeing someone walking along the road. But there was no one, absolutely no one, just empty road ahead and behind me. I know it wasn't my imagination. I've never worn cologne like that. I use this basic masculine scent my ex-girlfriend bought me years ago, and it definitely wasn't coming from me or my clothes. This was completely external, like riding through a cloud of fragrance. The smell disappeared as quickly as it came, and I sped up again, thinking maybe it was just some weird pocket of air or something. But about 30 seconds later, as I was approaching the old Peterson farm, which has been abandoned for years now, it happened again. The same exact perfume, though not as strong this time. It was like whoever was wearing it had moved further away, but it was definitely the same scent. What makes this so bizarre is the context. Pine Street at night smells like dust, sometimes a bit of wood smoke in winter, and just regular night air. Sometimes you get that earthy smell after it rains. But perfume, out there, at 1:30 in the morning, it makes absolutely no sense. The closest house to where I first smelled it is the old Wilson place, and it's set back from the road about 100 yards. The people who live there now are an elderly couple who are usually asleep by 9. The second spot where I smelled it is even more isolated. Nothing but fields for at least a quarter mile in every direction. When the smell hit me that second time, that's when the fear kicked in. Not just uneasiness, but genuine fear crawling up my spine. I can't explain why, but I suddenly felt like I was being watched, like something was following me. The road ahead seemed darker, longer. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, louder than my music. I gunned the throttle. I must have been doing 70 on a road where 40 is pushing it. The wind was whipping at my face, but all I could think about was getting home, getting somewhere safe. The thing is, I've ridden that road hundreds of times. I've been on it at all hours of the day and night. I've never felt afraid there before, never smelled anything out of the ordinary. But that night, those few minutes felt like the longest of my life. When I finally saw my house, the relief was overwhelming. I practically threw my bike on its stand and fumbled with my keys at the door. Once inside, I locked everything. Doors, windows, even checked the closets. I was acting like a scared kid. But I couldn't help it. I sat in my living room until sunrise, unable to sleep, trying to make sense of what happened. The rational part of my brain kept searching for explanations. Maybe someone had been walking along the road earlier and their perfume somehow lingered in the air. But for how long? And that strongly. Maybe someone was actually there and I just couldn't see them in the dark. But there was nowhere to hide on those stretches of road. I've looked up stories about smelling perfume or other scents when no one's around. Some people think it's a sign of a ghost or spirit trying to make their presence known. Others say certain scents can trigger memories or emotions so strongly that you think you're actually smelling something. But I wasn't thinking about perfume or women or anything related. It came completely out of nowhere. What really gets me is the feeling that came with it, that sense of dread, like whatever was there wasn't just passing by. It was aware of me, interested in me. The next morning I drove back along the same route in daylight. I stopped at both spots where I'd smelled the perfume and looked around. Nothing unusual, no discarded perfume bottles, no signs that anyone had been there. Just normal roadside. Weeds, gravel, the occasional piece of trash. I asked my friends if they knew of any accidents or incidents on Pine Street. Tom mentioned that about 20 years ago, a woman died in a car crash somewhere along that road, but he didn't know exactly where or any details. I've tried researching it, but the local newspaper's archives don't go back that far online, and I'm not sure I want to dig deeper anyway. I've been staying at a hotel in the next town over since that night. I can't bring myself to go back to the house after dark. I know it sounds ridiculous, being afraid of a smell, but it wasn't just the perfume. It was the wrongness of it, the impossibility of it being there in that place, at that time. Last night I woke up around 3 in the morning, and for a split second I thought I caught a whiff of that same perfume in my hotel room. It was probably just my mind playing tricks on me, but I couldn't get back to sleep afterward. I don't know what to do. Part of me wants to sell the house and never go back to Ravenwood. Another part feels like I need answers, like whatever was on that road that night was trying to tell me something. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Smelling something that couldn't possibly be there? Feeling that sense of being watched or followed by something you can't see? I've never believed in the paranormal before, but I can't explain what happened that night in any rational way. I keep thinking about going back to Pine Street at the same time to see if it happens again. But then I think, what if it does? What if the smell is stronger next time? What if whatever is there decides to do more than just make its presence known? I haven't told any of my friends about this. They'd either think I was making it up or that I'd had too much to drink that night. But I was completely sober. This really happened. Sometimes I wonder if I should try to find out who that woman was, the one who died on Pine Street years ago. See if I can find a picture of her, maybe visit her grave. But then what? What am I hoping to discover? That she wore the same perfume I smelled that night? All I know is that something was there with me on that empty road, something that shouldn't have been possible. And I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't a random encounter, that whatever it was waiting specifically for me. Story 13. My dad passed away 3 years ago, and I've been thinking a lot about the stories he left behind. This one in particular has been haunting me, not just because it's unexplainable, but because my father was the most practical, no-nonsense man you'd ever meet. He wasn't the type to make things up or exaggerate. This happened back in 1952. Dad was 15 years old and lived in a small town outside of Manchester, where everyone knew everyone's business. He sang in the church choir. Not because he was particularly religious, but because his mother insisted it would build character. Character or not, he hated being late getting home because his father was strict about curfew. On this particular Wednesday in late November, choir practice had run longer than usual. The church was preparing for Christmas services, and the choir master kept them an extra 45 minutes working on harmonies for O Holy Night. By the time they finished, it was already 20 minutes past, when Dad should have been home. The church was on the opposite side of town from their house, and normally Dad would walk the long way around, following the main road that curved around the perimeter of the old cemetery. That night, though, he was desperate to save time and avoid his father's anger. I knew I was already in for it, he told me once. But every minute later I got home would make it worse. Your grandfather had this way of adding punishments. 10 minutes late meant no wireless for a day, 20 minutes meant no wireless for 2 days, and extra chores. I'd already hit the 20-minute mark during practice, and I couldn't afford to make it worse. So he decided to cut through the cemetery. This wasn't something kids did, especially not after dark. The graveyard dated back to the 1600s and was massive, with crumbling headstones, family crypts, and overgrown sections where no one had been buried for centuries. Even during daylight, it was a creepy place. Dad said he'd never been so aware of silence as when he first pushed open the rusty iron gate that evening. The temperature had dropped after sunset, and a light fog had settled among the gravestones. His footsteps crunched loudly on the gravel path that cut diagonally through the cemetery. I tried not to look at the graves, he told me. I just kept my head down and walked as quickly as I could without running. Running would have felt too much like admitting I was scared. He'd made it about a quarter of the way through when he got that feeling. You know the one, the absolute certainty that someone is watching you. He described it as a cold pressure between his shoulder blades, like someone was pressing an ice cube against his back. At first, he tried to ignore it. Imagination playing tricks, he told himself. Just the fog and the darkness and the rows of headstones messing with his head. But the feeling got stronger until he couldn't stand it anymore. He stopped and turned around, half expecting to see one of his choir mates playing a prank on him. There was nothing there, just the empty path disappearing into the fog. Dad said he laughed at himself, feeling silly for being so jumpy, and turned back to continue on his way. He'd gone another 50 yards or so when the feeling returned, more intense than before. This time, it wasn't just a vague sensation. He could have sworn he heard footsteps on the gravel behind him. Again, he turned around. Again, nothing. By this point, he was genuinely frightened, but still more worried about the trouble waiting at home than whatever his imagination was conjuring up in the graveyard. He picked up his pace, almost jogging now. The path ran alongside an old sandstone wall, part of the original boundary of the cemetery from the 17th century. It was about 7 feet tall and solid stone, with no breaks or gates for the entire length of the cemetery. On the other side was private property, an old estate that had been abandoned for years. Dad was moving at a good clip when he heard it clearly, the unmistakable sound of shoes on gravel, keeping pace with him but slightly behind. He whirled around, and this time he wasn't alone. About 20 feet back on the path stood a man. Dad said he'll never forget the sight as long as he lived. The man was tall and thin, dressed in formal Victorian attire, a black tailcoat, waistcoat and trousers. He wore a top hat that made him appear even taller, and he carried a walking cane with what looked like a silver handle. His face was pale, not just white, but almost bluish in the dim light, with a neatly trimmed beard. I remember thinking how odd it was that someone would be dressed like that, Dad told me. It was like he'd stepped out of a history book. My first thought was that he must be coming from some kind of costume party. Dad stood frozen, staring at the stranger. The man stared back, not moving, not speaking. There was something wrong about his eyes, Dad said. They seemed too dark, like empty holes in his face. "Hello," Dad called out, his voice sounding thin and small in the foggy cemetery. The man didn't respond. He just continued to stare. That's when Dad noticed something that made his blood run cold. Despite the gravel path, despite having clearly heard footsteps before, the man now made absolutely no sound. Not breathing, not shifting his weight, nothing. It was as if someone had suddenly muted the world. Dad said he couldn't move for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few seconds. The man continued to stare at him, and then, without warning, the stranger smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. Dad described it as the kind of smile that doesn't reach the eyes. Then the man turned sideways toward the tall sandstone wall. "I thought he was going to walk along the wall," Dad explained, but instead he just walked into it. Not like he hit it, like he passed through it. One moment he was there and the next he was gone. There wasn't any special effect or fade out like you see in films. He just took a step and went through solid stone as if it wasn't there. Dad stood there for several seconds, trying to process what he'd just seen. Then survival instinct kicked in and he ran, faster than he'd ever run in his life. He didn't stop until he reached home, bursting through the front door, gasping for breath. His parents were waiting up, angry about his lateness, but when they saw the state he was in, white as a sheet, trembling and barely able to speak, their anger turned to concern. "I couldn't tell them," Dad said. "I knew they wouldn't believe me. I just said I got scared in the dark and ran home. My father was furious about my childishness, but my mother seemed to understand something serious had happened. She convinced my father to go easy on me." Dad didn't tell anyone about what he'd seen for over a week. He couldn't sleep, couldn't concentrate at school. Finally, he confided in the church sexton, an old man named Mr. Winters, who had worked at the church for decades. To Dad's surprise, Mr. Winters didn't laugh or dismiss his story. Instead, he got very quiet and asked for specific details, where exactly on the path Dad had been, what time it was, what the man looked like. When Dad finished, Mr. Winters sighed and said, "You've seen him too, then?" According to Mr. Winters, the figure Dad had encountered was well known to the older generation in town. He was believed to be the ghost of Edward Blackwood, a wealthy landowner who had died in 1874. Blackwood had owned the estate on the other side of the cemetery wall and had been buried in the family crypt in the cemetery itself. The story went that Blackwood had been a cruel man in life, particularly to his wife and servants. After his death, people began reporting sightings of a man in Victorian dress walking through the cemetery at night, always near that section of wall. Some said he was condemned to wander between his home and his grave, unable to rest. "But here's the thing," Dad told me. "I didn't know any of that when I saw him. I'd never heard of Edward Blackwood or any ghost stories about the cemetery. If my mind was playing tricks on me, Why would it conjure up a Victorian gentleman I knew nothing about? Dad never took the cemetery shortcut again. In fact, he went out of his way to avoid passing near it, even in daylight. He said the experience changed something fundamental in him, the way he understood the world and what might exist beyond what we can explain. Years later, when Dad was in his 30s, the old estate was finally demolished to make way for new housing. During the excavation, workers discovered a hidden cellar beneath what had been the main house. Inside were human remains, 3 skeletons, determined to be a woman and 2 children. They were never identified, but the estimated time of death was the late 1800s. When Dad heard about the discovery, he said a chill went through him. Unlike anything he'd felt since that night in the cemetery, he couldn't help but wonder if these were victims of Edward Blackwood, their bodies concealed in his home, their murders the sin that kept his spirit bound to that path between house and grave. I've thought about Dad's experience a lot over the years. I've gone through phases of believing it completely and phases of thinking it must have been the imagination of a tired, anxious teenager in a spooky setting. But I always come back to one thing. My father wasn't the type to invent stories or believe in things without evidence. Whatever he saw that night in 1952 was real enough to haunt him for the rest of his life. Sometimes I drive past that cemetery when I visit my hometown. The wall is still there, though the land beyond it is now filled with neat rows of semi-detached houses. I always slow down as I pass, half expecting to catch a glimpse of a tall figure in a top hat. I never have, but I can't help wondering, is he still there walking that path, or did the destruction of his home finally set him free? I don't have answers, neither did my father. But on foggy nights, I understand why he never again took shortcuts through graveyards, no matter how late he was running. No. Story 14. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family and closest friends. Even now, it's hard to type this out without my hands shaking. What happened that summer at Pinewood Lake still haunts me 15 years later, and I still don't have any explanation for it. This all took place back in 2007 when I was 10 years old. My parents had rented a small cabin at Pinewood Lake in northern Ontario for the entire month of July. My best friend Hannah's family rented the cabin next to ours, which was awesome because otherwise I would have been bored out of my mind with just my parents and my annoying little brother for company. Hannah and I were inseparable that summer. We'd spend our days swimming, building forts in the woods, and exploring the shoreline. Our parents were pretty relaxed about letting us wander around as long as we stayed together and didn't go too far from the cabins. The lake was beautiful, but also kind of creepy. Really deep in some parts with these tall pines surrounding it that made weird shadows on the water. It was during our second week there when we met Emily. We were collecting rocks along the shore near this old wooden dock when I noticed her watching us from the tree line. She was about our age, super skinny with shoulder-length brown hair and these really intense green eyes. I nudged Hannah and pointed her out. "Hey," I called. "Do you want to come help us find the sparkly rocks?" The girl hesitated, then slowly walked over. She was wearing shorts and a faded blue t-shirt, nothing weird, but something about her seemed off. She was so pale, like she'd never seen the sun, which was strange for a kid in the middle of summer. "I'm Olivia, and this is Hannah," I said. "We're staying in the cabins over there." "I'm Emily," she said quietly. Her voice was soft, almost like a whisper. "I know where to find the best rocks." That was all it took. Within minutes, the three of us were combing the shoreline, with Emily showing us places where the prettiest stones washed up. She knew every inch of that lakeshore, like she'd lived there forever. When I asked her which cabin she was staying in, she just pointed vaguely toward the far side of the lake and said, "Over there. But I'm allowed to go wherever I want." Looking back, that should have been my first clue something wasn't right. What parents let their kid roam completely unsupervised around a lake? But when you're 10, you don't question things like that. Emily started showing up every day after that. She'd just appear when Hannah and I were playing, always wearing the same blue shirt and shorts. She never came to our cabins though, always meeting us somewhere outside. When we'd ask her to come have lunch with us, she'd always say she'd already eaten or wasn't hungry. One weird thing I remember is that Emily never got in the water all the way. She'd wade in up to her ankles. But whenever we tried to get her to swim with us, she'd make up some excuse. For a lake kid, it was strange. About a week after we met her, Hannah and I decided to try jumping off the floating dock in the deeper part of the lake. Our parents finally said we could go as long as we wore life jackets, which was embarrassing, but whatever. Emily tagged along as usual. While Hannah and I took turns jumping off the dock, Emily just sat there watching us with this strange expression. After a while, I got tired and decided to just float on my back next to the dock for a bit. Hannah had gone back to shore to get her goggles, and I was just drifting there with my eyes closed, enjoying the sun. That's when it happened. I felt these cold hands on my shoulders, and suddenly I was pushed under the water. At first, I thought Emily was just playing around, but then I felt her holding me down from above. I opened my eyes underwater and saw her face. She was staring down at me with this blank expression, not smiling, not angry, just empty. I started thrashing around, trying to get back to the surface, but she was surprisingly strong. My life jacket was keeping me somewhat buoyant, but she was using her body weight to keep me under. I remember the panic setting in as my lungs started burning. I was kicking and flailing, but she just kept pushing down. Just when I thought I was going to pass out, I heard Hannah's muffled voice from above the water. Emily's grip loosened, and I managed to push up to the surface, gasping and coughing up water. "What are you guys doing?" Hannah asked, standing on the dock above us. Emily's face changed instantly. She smiled like nothing had happened and said, "Olivia was seeing how long she could hold her breath. I was helping." I was too shocked and scared to say anything. I just mumbled something about wanting to go back to shore and swam away as fast as I could. Hannah followed, confused, but Emily stayed on the dock, watching us go with those intense green eyes. That night, I told Hannah what really happened. She didn't believe me at first. Why would this girl we'd been hanging out with suddenly try to drown me? But she could tell how upset I was, so she promised we'd be careful around Emily. The next day, I was nervous about seeing Emily again, but also curious if she'd show up. Sure enough, around 10 in the morning, there she was at our usual meeting spot by the big pine tree. She acted completely normal, like nothing had happened. "I found something cool," she said, not even acknowledging yesterday's incident. "There's a river that feeds into the lake. If you follow it for a few hours, there's this massive building in the woods. We should go explore it." Hannah and I exchanged looks. "What kind of building?" Hannah asked. "It's like a castle," Emily said, her eyes lighting up, "with tall fences and towers. No one lives there anymore. We could go inside and look around." Something in my gut told me this was bad news. "We can't go that far from the cabins," I said. "Our parents would freak out." Emily's face changed for a split second, this look of frustration that made her seem older somehow. But then she was smiling again. "We could just go part of the way then, just to see the river." We ended up agreeing to walk along the river just a little bit, but I made sure we told my mum exactly where we were going first. She said we could go, but to be back in an hour for lunch. As we followed Emily along this narrow path beside the river, I kept thinking about what had happened at the dock. Why would she try to drown me, and why was she acting like nothing happened? The whole time we were walking, she kept trying to get us to go just a little farther, but Hannah and I stuck to our plan and turned back after 30 minutes. Emily seemed annoyed, but followed us back. When we got to the cabins, my mum had made sandwiches and offered one to Emily. As usual, she declined, saying she needed to get back to her own cabin for lunch. She left with that same weird wave she always did, just raising her hand without really moving it. The rest of the vacation, Hannah and I started making excuses whenever Emily showed up. We'd say we had to help our parents with something or that we were going into town for the day. After a while, she stopped coming around as much, and by the final week, we didn't see her at all. Honestly, I was relieved when we packed up to go home. The whole Emily thing had put a weird shadow over what should have been a fun summer vacation. Fast forward to my 18th birthday, 8 years later. Hannah and I were still best friends, and she came over for my birthday dinner. We were looking through old photos my mom had organized into albums as a gift for me. We got to the Pinewood Lake summer photos, and Hannah and I were laughing at our dorky kids' swimsuits and bad haircuts. Then something strange caught my attention. In all the photos of us at the lake, building sandcastles, swimming, roasting marshmallows, it was just the two of us. Emily wasn't in a single picture. "Hey, remember that weird girl, Emily?" I asked Hannah. "Is she in any of these photos?" Hannah flipped through the pages. "That's strange. I don't see her anywhere. My mom overheard us and came over." "Who's Emily?" "That girl who hung out with us all the time at Pinewood Lake," I said. "The super skinny one with the brown hair." My mom looked confused. "Honey, there wasn't another girl. It was just you and Hannah the whole time." I thought she was joking at first, but she was serious. "Mom, we hung out with her almost every day for like 2 weeks. She showed us where to find the good rocks and took us to that river." "I thought Emily was some kind of imaginary friend you two had made up," my mom said. "Hannah's mom and I even talked about it once, how cute it was that you girls had created this pretend friend to play with." Hannah and I just stared at each other. This wasn't possible. Emily was real. She had pushed me under the water. She had shown us the river and told us about the building. She wasn't something we made up. To prove it, I grabbed a pen and paper and told Hannah to do the same. "Let's both write down what Emily looked like without showing each other," I said. When we compared our descriptions, they matched exactly. Green eyes, shoulder-length brown hair, very skinny, pale skin, blue t-shirt and shorts. "This is freaking me out," Hannah said. That night after everyone left, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Emily and that building she wanted us to visit. I got on my laptop and started searching for information about Pinewood Lake and any large buildings in the area. What I found made my blood run cold. The river Emily tried to lead us along connects to something called the Burwash Camp Bison Prison, an abandoned correctional facility that had been closed since the 70s. The old prison complex had multiple buildings surrounded by tall fences, just like the castle Emily described. I've spent years trying to make sense of what happened that summer. How did Hannah and I both see and interact with the same girl that no one else could see? Why did she try to drown me? What was she trying to do by leading us to an abandoned prison? Sometimes I wonder if we would have made it back if we'd followed her that day. I still get chills thinking about those cold hands pushing me under the water and those empty green eyes staring down at me through the ripples. To this day, I can't explain any of it, but I know Emily was real. Hannah and I both saw her, talked to her, spent days with her. And sometimes when I'm falling asleep at night, I still see those green eyes watching me from the foot of my bed, and I hear that soft whisper of a voice saying, "I found something cool. You should come see." Story 15. I still can't make sense of what happened that night. It's been 3 weeks, and I'm writing this down hoping someone here might have experienced something similar. Maybe putting it into words will help me process it, because I sure as hell haven't been sleeping well since. So this happened back in early October, on a Friday night that started like any other weekend. Me, Alex, my buddy Jason, and our friend Bart had gone to this new brewery in Boston that Jason had been talking about for weeks. Jason's always been our designated driver since he doesn't drink much. Maybe one beer the whole night, while Bart and I usually go a bit harder. It must have been around 2:30 in the morning When we finally left the city, Jason seemed completely fine to drive. Like I said, he'd only had one beer hours earlier. The night was clear but really dark. That kind of pitch black you only get when you're away from city lights. We were heading back to Millfield on Route 95, and there was barely any traffic. Maybe a truck passed us every few minutes, but otherwise, the highway was empty. I was in the back seat, half asleep with my head against the window, while Bart was in the passenger seat fiddling with the radio. Jason had this old Toyota Camry with a CD player that kept skipping, so Bart was trying to find a decent station that wasn't just static. We were all pretty quiet, coming down from the night out, just tired and ready to get home. About 20 minutes into the drive, when we were in that stretch of highway where there's nothing but woods on either side, Jason suddenly sat up straight and said, "What the hell?" I opened my eyes, thinking maybe there was a deer on the road or something, but the road ahead was completely clear. "You guys see that?" Jason asked, his voice sounding weird. He was looking to his left. Bart stopped messing with the radio. "See what?" "That car," Jason said, slowing down a little. "The one with the lights on inside." I sat up and looked around. There were no cars near us. "What car, man?" Jason kept looking to his left as if there was something driving alongside us, but there was nothing there, just the empty lane and then the guardrail. "The car right there," he insisted, pointing. "How can you not see it? The interior light is so bright, it's like a goddamn spotlight in there." Bart and I exchanged looks. I thought maybe Jason was messing with us, but his face... I could see his profile from the back seat, illuminated by the dashboard lights, and he looked genuinely confused, maybe even scared. "There's nothing there, Jason," Bart said slowly. "Maybe it was headlights reflecting off something." Jason shook his head. "No, it's right there. It's keeping pace with us." He slowed down even more, and I felt a chill run down my spine when our speed dropped to about 40 miles per hour. No one was behind us, thankfully. "Dude, there's no car," I said, leaning forward between the front seats to get a better look. The highway was empty in all directions. "Are you feeling okay?" Jason suddenly accelerated again, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "It's slowing down too. Jesus, it's like it's watching us." The way he said it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I'm not usually the type to get spooked, but something about his tone. He wasn't joking around. "What exactly are you seeing?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual even though I was starting to feel really uneasy. Jason swallowed hard. I could see his Adam's apple bob in his throat. "It's an old car, maybe from the 70s or 80s, dark-colored. I can't really tell what make it is. But the inside is lit up so bright it's unnatural, like impossibly bright. And there's someone driving, but I can't see their face, just a shape." Bart turned completely in his seat, looking out the rear window. "There's nothing behind us either." "It's right next to us," Jason insisted, his voice rising. "How can you not see it? The light is so bright I don't understand how they can even see the road." I felt cold all of a sudden, even though the heater was on. "Jason, seriously, there's no car. Maybe you should pull over for a minute." He shook his head. No way I'm stopping if that thing is out there." Thing, not car, thing. The way he said it sent another chill through me. Jason pressed on the gas and the Camry lurched forward. The speedometer climbed 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. Bart grabbed the dashboard. "Whoa, slow down, man," Bart said. "It's keeping up," Jason said, his voice tight. "No matter how fast I go, it stays right there." I looked out every window, straining to see anything unusual, but there was nothing. Just the dark highway, the trees beyond the guardrails, and the occasional reflective marker on the side of the road. "It's getting closer," Jason whispered. That's when I noticed his St. Christopher medal swinging wildly from the rearview mirror. Jason's mum had given it to him when he got his license. He wasn't super religious, but he never drove without it. As it swung back and forth, I swear it looked like it was glowing slightly, but that had to be a trick of the light from the dashboard. Jason, there's nothing there, I said again, trying to sound calm. Maybe you should let one of us drive. He shook his head, eyes darting between the road and whatever he thought was beside us. You don't understand. It's right there, and it's... Oh, God. What? Bart and I said almost in unison. The driver just turned to look at me, Jason said, his voice barely audible over the engine. But there's no face. Just darkness under the light. I've never heard Jason sound scared before, not when we went cliff jumping at the quarry last summer, not when we got caught in that thunderstorm while camping. Never. But he sounded terrified now. Suddenly the car swerved slightly and Jason cursed. It's getting closer, it's trying to hit us. Bart reached for the wheel. Jason, there's nothing there. Pull over. Don't you fucking touch the wheel. Jason yelled, slapping Bart's hand away. His eyes were wide, darting back and forth between the road and the empty space beside us. It'll hit us if I slow down. The car was going close to 90 now, and I was genuinely scared we were going to crash. I grabbed the back of Jason's seat, trying to think of what to do. Should I grab the wheel? Try to force him to pull over? What if there really was something out there that only he could see? That's when it happened. The St. Christopher medal suddenly snapped off the mirror. I saw it happen in slow motion, the thin silver chain breaking, the medal flying through the air and hitting the windshield with a sharp crack before falling somewhere into the footwell. At that exact moment, Jason gasped and swerved hard to the right, nearly sending us into the guardrail. The tires screeched, and I was thrown against the door. Bart yelled something I couldn't make out over the noise. Then, as suddenly as it started, Jason straightened the wheel and started slowing down. His breathing was heavy, almost like he'd been running. No one spoke for a long moment. "It's gone," he finally said, his voice shaking. "It just vanished." We drove the rest of the way home in complete silence. Jason kept checking his mirrors and looking to the side, but whatever he'd seen apparently didn't come back. By the time we pulled into my driveway, we were all exhausted and on edge. Jason mumbled a goodbye as I got out, not even looking at me. The next morning, I texted both of them to make sure they got home okay. Bart responded right away, saying he was fine, just confused about what had happened. Jason didn't reply until late afternoon. When we met up at the diner for our usual Saturday lunch, Jason looked terrible. Dark circles under his eyes, pale skin, like he hadn't slept at all. He was jumpy too, flinching when the waitress dropped a plate at the next table over. "You okay, man?" I asked as we sat down. He nodded, but didn't really meet my eyes. "Yeah, just tired." We ate in awkward silence for a while before Bart finally brought it up. "So, what was that last night, on the highway?" Jason put down his fork and sighed. "You really didn't see it, either of you?" We both shook our heads. "There was a car," he said quietly. "An old model, dark blue or black, I couldn't tell exactly, but the inside was lit up like nothing I've ever seen before. It wasn't normal. The light was too white, too bright, like hospital lights, but worse. And there was someone driving, but I couldn't see their face clearly, just a silhouette." "And it was keeping pace with us?" I asked. Jason nodded. "Yeah. No matter how fast or slow I went, it stayed right beside us. Then the driver turned to look at me, and I swear to God, there was something wrong with its face. It wasn't human. It couldn't have been." Bart shifted uncomfortably. "But there was no car, Jason. We were the only ones on that stretch of highway." "I know what I saw," Jason insisted, his voice strained. "And I know it saw me too. It was trying to get my attention, maybe trying to get me to pull over. I don't know what would have happened if I had. That's when I remembered the medal. Hey, what happened to your St. Christopher thing? I saw it break off the mirror." Jason's hand went to his throat, where I noticed he was now wearing the medal on a new chain. "Yeah, it snapped off. Found it on the floor this morning. The medal itself was cracked right down the middle." He pulled it out from under his shirt to show us. Sure enough, there was a thin but visible crack running through the center of the small silver medallion. "That's when it disappeared," he said quietly. "The exact moment the medal broke." We didn't talk about it much after that. What was there to say? Bart thought Jason might have been more tired than he realized and hallucinated the whole thing. I wasn't so sure. I've known Jason since we were kids, and he's the most level-headed person I know. He doesn't make stuff up, and he doesn't scare easily. It's been 3 weeks now, and Jason still won't drive that stretch of highway after dark. He takes the long way around, adding 40 minutes to his commute when he works late. He also replaced the medal with a new one and added a cross to his dashboard for good measure. I find myself watching for unusually bright lights whenever I'm on the road at night now. Sometimes I think I see something in my peripheral vision, but when I turn to look, there's nothing there, just the empty lane beside me. I don't know what Jason saw that night. I don't know if it was after him specifically, or if it was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But I do know this. There are things out there we can't explain. Things that exist just beyond what most of us can perceive. And sometimes, just sometimes, the only thing standing between us and those things is a small silver medal with a saint's name on it. Story 16. I've never really told anyone this story outside of my immediate family. It happened 23 years ago when I was 10, but I still get chills thinking about it. To this day, I can't go into basements without feeling panic rising in my chest. It was summer break, and my parents decided we should spend 2 weeks at my great-grandfather's house in Cornwall. He had passed away a few months earlier, and the house was sitting empty while the family figured out what to do with it. It was this massive old stone house that had been in our family for generations, the kind with creaky floorboards, weird drafts, and that distinct musty smell that old houses have. When we arrived, my dad gave us the rundown of the place. We could use the first floor, which had the kitchen, living room, dining room, and a small bathroom. But the second floor was off-limits. Dad said something about the floors being unsafe and renovation plans, but even as a kid, I could tell there was more to it. The way my parents exchanged glances whenever the second floor was mentioned made me think they weren't telling us everything. The basement was technically allowed, but I hated it from the moment I first went down there. Unlike most basements I'd seen, this one was partially finished. It had proper walls and a concrete floor, but something about it felt wrong. The main area had this single bare light bulb hanging from the ceiling that cast these weird shadows everywhere. There were 4 doors leading to other rooms down there, and only 2 of them had working lights. My dad told us the deep freezer was in the farthest room, where we kept extra food for our stay. On our 3rd day there, my mom was making lunch and realized she needed something from the freezer downstairs. I was watching TV in the living room when she called out to me, "Oliver, can you run down and grab the package of sausages from the freezer, the ones in the blue packaging?" I remember instantly feeling my stomach knot up. I didn't want to go down there. I'd only been in the basement twice since we arrived, and both times I felt like I was being watched. But I also didn't want to look like a baby in front of my parents and older sister. So I nodded and headed toward the basement door. The door to the basement was this heavy wooden thing with an old-fashioned metal latch. It always made this awful creaking sound when you opened it, like it was protesting. The staircase was narrow and steep with no handrail, just walls on both sides. The light switch was at the bottom of the stairs, which meant you had to walk down in complete darkness before you could see anything. I took a deep breath and started making my way down, keeping one hand on the wall to steady myself. The stairs creaked under my weight, each step sounding impossibly loud in the quiet. When I reached the bottom, I fumbled for the light switch and flicked it on. The single bulb buzzed to life, casting that sickly yellow light across the main room. The freezer was in the farthest room, past 2 other doors. I walked quickly across the main room, trying not to look at the dark corners where the light didn't reach. The concrete floor was cold against my feet through my socks, and the air down there felt heavier somehow, like it was pressing against my skin. As I passed the first door on my right, one of the rooms without working lights, I felt that familiar sensation of being watched intensify. I sped up, keeping my eyes fixed on the door to the freezer room ahead. That's when I heard it. A thud from inside the dark room, like someone falling or stumbling against something. I froze. My heart was suddenly hammering in my chest. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. What if someone answered? Nothing but silence. I told myself it was just the house settling, or a mouse or something. Old houses make noises, right? That's what my dad always said. I forced myself to keep walking, reaching the freezer room and quickly flicking on the light. This room was smaller, with cinder block walls painted white and just enough space for the chest freezer and some shelves with preserves and canned goods. I hurried to the freezer and lifted the heavy lid, propping it open with one hand while I dug through the frozen packages with the other. The cold air stung my face as I searched, finally spotting the blue packaging my mum had mentioned. As I grabbed the sausages and let the freezer lid close, I heard another sound, this time from the main room of the basement. Distinct footsteps, heavy ones. I stood completely still, the frozen package clutched in my hand, suddenly aware of how loud my breathing had become. The footsteps had stopped. Maybe I'd imagined it. I turned off the light in the freezer room and stepped back into the main area, looking around nervously. Nothing seemed different. The bare bulbs still cast the same shadows, the other doors were still closed, and there was no sign anyone else had been there. I let out a shaky breath and started walking toward the stairs. I was halfway across the room when I heard it again. A footstep directly behind me. Not from one of the rooms, but right behind me in the open space. I didn't look back. Some primal instinct told me not to turn around, that whatever was there wasn't something I wanted to see. Instead, I broke into a run, sprinting toward the staircase. The moment my foot hit the first step, the footsteps behind me turned into a run too. Heavy, pounding steps that seemed to shake the floor. They were following me up the stairs, getting closer with each second. I could feel the vibration of each footfall through the wooden steps. I've never run so fast in my life. I took those stairs 2 at a time, my heart feeling like it would explode from my chest. The footsteps were right behind me, so close I could almost feel breath on the back of my neck. The worst part was that they didn't sound like normal footsteps. They were too heavy, too deliberate, like whatever was chasing me weighed far more than any person should. When I reached the top of the stairs, I grabbed for the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. It was stuck. I pulled harder, panic flooding through me as the footsteps got closer and closer. I could hear my mom in the kitchen, just on the other side of this door, completely unaware that I was trapped down here with something. "Mom!" exclamation mark, I screamed, pounding on the door. "Mom!" exclamation mark. The footsteps were almost upon me now. I could feel something right behind me, the air turning ice cold against my back. I threw my whole body against the door, pushing with everything I had, for what felt like forever, but was probably only about 10 seconds. The door remained firmly shut. Then suddenly it gave way, swinging open so quickly I fell forward onto the kitchen floor. I scrambled to my feet and slammed the door shut behind me, dropping the package of sausages in the process. The moment the door closed, there was a single deafening bang from the other side, like someone had punched the door with incredible force. The whole door shuddered in its frame. My mum turned around from the stove, startled. "Oliver, what on earth is going on?" I was shaking so badly I could barely speak. I told her someone was in the basement, that something had chased me up the stairs. She called for my dad, who came running from the garden. I remember the look of concern on his face as I explained what happened, my words tumbling out between sobs. Dad took a flashlight and his old cricket bat and went down to check. He was down there for what felt like ages, searching every room, every corner. When he finally came back up, he looked confused. There's nothing down there, Ollie. No one could have gotten in. All the small windows are locked from the inside, and there's no other way in or out except this door. My parents tried to convince me it was just my imagination running wild in a strange house. But I know what I heard. I know something chased me up those stairs. For the rest of our stay, I refused to go into the basement again. My parents didn't force me, though I could tell they thought I was overreacting. On our last night there, I overheard my parents talking in low voices in the kitchen. My dad was saying something about how his grandfather always said the house had presences that should be left undisturbed. My mom shushed him, saying they shouldn't feed into my fears. The next morning, as we were packing to leave, I noticed my dad putting a padlock on the basement door. When I asked him why, he just said it was better safe than sorry, and changed the subject. It's been over 2 decades since that day, and I still can't go into basements. My wife thinks it's silly, but she's never pushed me on it. Sometimes I wonder what really happened in that basement. Was it a ghost, some kind of entity, or just the overactive imagination of a scared kid? But then I remember the sound of those footsteps chasing me up the stairs, the ice-cold feeling on my back, and that final powerful bang against the door. Those weren't imagined, those were real. I later found out my great-grandfather never used the basement except for storage. According to my uncle, he always kept that door locked and wouldn't let anyone go down there alone. I wish I'd known that before our trip. Whatever was in that basement, it was angry about something, and sometimes in my nightmares, I still hear those heavy footsteps coming up behind me, getting closer and closer. Story 17. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened last week. I keep replaying it in my mind, wondering if I missed something or if there's some logical explanation I haven't thought of yet. But no matter how I look at it, I can't explain what happened in my mum's house that night. It was a typical fall evening in Pinecrest. The air was getting that crisp feel to it, and the leaves were just starting to change. My sister Rebecca and I were at our mum's place with my daughter Emma, who's 7. Mum was cooking dinner. I think it was her pot roast, which is why we were all there in the first place. Mum's pot roast is basically famous in our family. Emma was sitting at the kitchen table coloring, while Mom, Rebecca, and I chatted about nothing important. Normal stuff, you know. Rebecca was telling us about some guy she'd met at work, Mom was stirring something on the stove, and I was cutting vegetables. It was around 6:30, already getting dark outside. Then we heard it, a knock at the back door. Not the front door where people usually come, but the back door that leads into the kitchen from the yard. Mom and I exchanged looks because nobody ever uses that door unless they live there. To get to it, you have to walk past the front door, which has a perfectly good doorbell, go down the driveway, and through a gate to reach the back patio. It makes no sense for a visitor to go there. "Who on earth?" Mom muttered, wiping her hands on a dish towel. I remember feeling a weird flutter in my stomach even before she opened the door, just something off about getting a knock there. When Mom opened it, there was this tiny elderly woman standing on the step. And I mean tiny, probably not even 5 feet tall. She was bundled up in colorful layers, despite it not being that cold yet. The weirdest part was how she was dressed. Mom later described her as looking like a gypsy, which isn't very PC. But it kind of fit. She had gold rings on literally every finger, chains all over her neck, and these jangling bracelets covering both wrists. She looked completely out of place in our suburban neighborhood. "Hello," Mum said, sounding confused. The woman spoke with this thick Eastern European accent. I couldn't place it exactly, maybe Romanian or Bulgarian. "My daughter," she said, looking past Mom into our kitchen. "I am looking for my daughter. She is here." Mom shook her head. "I'm sorry, but your daughter isn't here. It's just my family." The woman's face changed. It wasn't anger exactly, more like intense determination. No, no, my daughter is here. I must come in to find her. She tried to step forward, but Mom blocked the doorway. Ma'am, there's no one here except my daughters and granddaughter, Mom insisted. Maybe you have the wrong house. The old woman stared at Mom with these penetrating dark eyes. I was standing a few feet behind Mom, and even from there, I felt weird when those eyes flicked over to me, like she was looking through me rather than at me. I need to come inside, the woman insisted again. Please invite me in. My daughter will be here. Something about the way she said it, invite me in, made the hair on my arms stand up. Mom must have felt it too, because she stepped back and started to close the door a bit. I'm sorry, but you can't come in. Maybe the police can help you find your daughter. At the mention of police, the woman's face changed again. She stepped back, her jewelry jingling. I go now, she said. Then looking past Mom again, right at me and Emma, she added, tell my daughter I'll come back. Mom closed the door quickly and locked it. Rebecca jumped up and ran to lock the front doors too, both the main door and the storm door. I pulled Emma closer to me, though she was oblivious to how weird the whole thing was, still focused on her coloring. That was bizarre, Mom said, going back to the stove. Must be one of the kooky people from over on Maple Street. Rebecca went to the window and pulled the curtain aside to peek out. She's gone, she said, sounding surprised. What do you mean, gone? I asked. I mean, she's not there. She can't have made it all the way down the driveway that fast. There's no way. I joined her at the window. The backyard was empty. The gate to the driveway was still closed, and there was no sign of the old woman anywhere. It would have taken her at least 30 seconds to walk to the gate, open it, close it, and get out of sight down the driveway. But Mom had just closed the door maybe 10 seconds ago. We all looked at each other, but no one said what we were thinking. Instead, Mom went back to cooking. Rebecca poured herself some wine, and I helped Emma with her coloring, but I could feel the tension in the room. We were all a little on edge. Dinner was quiet. Afterward, we decided to watch a movie in the living room. Emma picked some Disney thing, and we all settled in on the couch. It was around 8:30 when the power went out. Not just at our house. The whole neighborhood went dark at once. We could see through the windows that none of the streetlights were on either. Perfect, Rebecca muttered. It's an adventure, Mom said, trying to keep things light for Emma's sake. Let's find some candles and tell ghost stories. She and Rebecca gathered candles from around the house and set them up in the living room. In the candlelight, the room looked cozy, but also kind of eerie. The shadows seemed deeper somehow, more alive. We took turns telling silly ghost stories, nothing too scary because of Emma. She was loving it, giggling at all the right parts. By the time it was Sarah's turn, we'd almost forgotten about the strange woman at the door. I had just finished my story, some dumb thing about a ghost who haunted a shopping mall, when it happened. The outer front door, the storm door, suddenly blew open with such force that the doorknob punched a hole in the drywall. The bang was so loud that Emma screamed and jumped into my lap. Before any of us could move, the inner front door flew open too. Then from the kitchen, we heard the back door slam open against the wall. Remember, all 3 doors had been locked after the old woman's visit. A gust of freezing cold air rushed through the house, making the candles flicker wildly. It wasn't just cold, it was bone-chilling, like standing in a freezer. I could see my breath in front of my face. Emma was shivering against me, and I wrapped my arms around her, trying to keep her warm. The cold air whipped through the house for maybe 5 seconds, and then one by one, the doors slammed shut in reverse order. First the back door, then the inner front door, and finally the storm door. Bang, bang, bang. Each one sounded like a gunshot in the quiet house. We sat frozen on the couch, nobody daring to move. Finally, Mum stood up, her hands shaking. I'm going to check the doors, she whispered. Mum, don't, Rebecca pleaded, but Mum was already walking toward the front door holding a candle. I clutched Emma tighter as Mom checked the front doors. "They're locked," she called back, sounding confused. "Both of them. They're locked." She went to check the back door and came back looking pale. "It's locked too. All of them are still locked." Just then the power came back on. The TV, which had been on when the power went out, suddenly blasted at full volume, making us all jump. Rebecca lunged for the remote and muted it, but the damage was done. Emma was crying, and I wasn't far from it myself. "What the hell just happened?" Rebecca demanded, her voice shaking. Mom shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe it was the wind." But we all knew it wasn't the wind. There's no way wind could open locked doors from the outside, then lock them again, after slamming them shut, and it hadn't even been windy outside. We decided to sleep in the living room that night, all of us together. We dragged mattresses and blankets downstairs and made a nest on the floor. Nobody wanted to be alone, not even Mom, though she tried to play it cool for Emma's sake. We left the lights on and the TV running quietly all night. I don't think any of us really slept. I kept thinking about what the old woman had said. "Tell my daughter I'll come back." And I couldn't shake the feeling that she had come back, just like she promised. The next morning, we checked the doors again in daylight. They were all still locked, with no sign of forced entry. The only evidence that anything had happened was the doorknob-sized hole in the wall where the storm door had slammed open. We never saw the old woman again after that night, but sometimes, especially when I'm at Mom's house and it's getting dark, I think I hear the faint jingling of bracelets from somewhere outside, and I always make sure all the doors are locked. I still wonder who she was looking for, whose daughter, and why our house. Was it random, or was there something specific about us that drew her there? I don't have answers to any of these questions, and honestly, I'm not sure I want them. Some things are better left unknown. All I know is that whatever happened that night wasn't normal. It wasn't the wind, it wasn't our imagination, and it wasn't a coincidence. Something came through those doors looking for someone, and I'm just grateful it left without finding what it wanted. At least, I hope it didn't find what it wanted. Story 18. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened to me during my second semester at university in Dublin. I've tried to rationalize it 1,000 times, but I can't explain any of it. I've never written this down before, and honestly, I'm not sure if I should even now, but maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. I moved to Dublin from Cork to study computer science at Trinity. Coming from a small town, I couldn't afford the student accommodation prices in the city, so I ended up renting a room in a digs, basically a room in someone's family home. It was in an old Victorian house in Rathmines, about 20 minutes by bus from campus. The landlady, Mrs. Murphy, was in her 60s, and her 2 adult sons, Brian, 34, and Connor, 39, still lived at home. Brian worked nights at a factory, and Connor had some kind of office job. They kept to themselves mostly, which suited me fine. The house was spacious but creaky, with high ceilings and those old sash windows that never quite close properly. My room was on the 2nd floor, at the end of a narrow hallway, across from the bathroom. For the first semester, everything was completely normal. I'd see Mrs. Murphy in the mornings when I'd grab breakfast before lectures. Sometimes I'd chat with Connor if we happened to be in the kitchen at the same time. Brian I hardly ever saw because of his night shifts. The arrangement worked well. The rent was affordable, the location was decent, and I had enough privacy to study. When I came back after Christmas for the 2nd semester, things were exactly the same for the first few months, until early April. It was a Tuesday night, around 2 in the morning. I'd been cramming for a programming assignment due the next day, and finally decided to call it quits. I went to use the bathroom before bed. The hallway was dark, lit only by a small nightlight. Mrs. Murphy kept plugged in near the stairs. She was paranoid about someone falling. The bathroom was directly across from my room, maybe 5 steps away. I remember finishing up, washing my hands, and stepping back into the hallway to return to my room. That's when it happened. As soon as I closed the bathroom door behind me, the darkness changed. It's hard to describe, but it was like the darkness suddenly had substance to it. A black fog seemed to materialize around me, thicker than any darkness I'd ever seen. It wasn't just the absence of light, it was something physical. At first, I thought I was having some kind of exhaustion-induced hallucination. I'd been running on energy drinks and little sleep for days, but when I reached out my hand, I could actually touch it. The fog moved around my fingers, swirling like water, but without any wetness. It was dense enough that I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, but it moved coherently when I swiped at it. I didn't feel scared at first, just confused. I called out, "Hello?" thinking maybe it was smoke from a fire, but my voice sounded muffled like I was speaking underwater. There was no smell of burning, though, just this thick black nothingness. I tried to orient myself. The bathroom was right behind me, my bedroom door directly opposite. 5 steps, that's all I needed to take. I started moving forward slowly, hands outstretched, feeling my way through this bizarre fog. Time seemed to stretch. What should have been a 5-second walk felt endless. The fog was disorienting. I couldn't tell if I was moving straight or turning. My heart started racing as I realized I should have reached my door by now. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the fog dissipated. Not gradually, but all at once, like someone had flipped a switch. I found myself standing at the top of the stairs, one foot hovering over the first step down. Another few inches forward, and I would have tumbled down the entire flight. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest. I was certain I had been walking straight across the hallway to my room. The stairs were in the opposite direction, at least 15 steps away from the bathroom. There's no way I could have gotten turned around so completely. I practically ran back to my room, locked the door, and sat on my bed with my back against the wall until morning. I told myself I was overtired, that my sleep-deprived brain had played a trick on me. I didn't mention it to anyone the next day. Mrs. Murphy asked if I was feeling all right at breakfast. Apparently I looked terrible, but I just blamed it on staying up late to finish my assignment. For the next week, nothing unusual happened. I was extra careful when walking around at night, always using my phone's flashlight in the hallway. I started to convince myself it had just been exhaustion after all. Then came the dream. My grandmother had passed away about 2 years earlier. She had a small farm in West Cork, where I'd spent many summers as a kid. In the dream, I was walking up the gravel path to her farmhouse. It was twilight, with that deep blue sky you get just before full dark. A light was on in the kitchen window, casting a warm yellow glow. I knocked on the door, and my grandmother opened it. She looked exactly as I remembered her, small and wiry with silver hair pulled back in a bun, wearing one of her floral aprons. She smiled warmly and said, "Liam, I've been waiting for you. Come in, come in." The kitchen was just as it had always been. The big wooden table in the center, the Aga stove giving off heat, the clock ticking on the wall. She gestured for me to sit while she poured tea from a pot that was already steeping on the table. Everything felt so real. The smell of peat from the fire, the tick of the clock, the warmth from the stove. We talked for a bit about nothing in particular. Then she asked me about where I was living now. When I mentioned the house in Rathmines, her expression changed. It was subtle at first, just a tightening around her eyes. But as I continued describing the house and the Murphys, her face began to shift. It's difficult to describe exactly what happened. It wasn't like her features melted or morphed in a dramatic way. It was more like her face was being pulled from within, stretching in ways that a face shouldn't be able to stretch. Her smile widened too far, her eyes narrowed to slits, and her skin seemed to tighten across her cheekbones until I could see the outline of her skull beneath. I stopped mid-sentence, horrified. "Gran," I whispered. She tilted her head at an impossible angle. What's wrong, Liam? Don't you want to stay with me? Her voice had changed too, deeper, with a scraping quality that made my skin crawl. I pushed back from the table, knocking over my teacup. You're not my grandmother, I said. She stood up then, and that's when I noticed her feet, where my grandmother's slippered feet should have been. There were hooves, dark, split hooves like a goat's. I ran for the door, but it was locked from the outside. Behind me, Not Gran let out a high-pitched screech that was part laughter, part animal cry. The sound followed me as I ran through the house, looking for another way out. It was always just behind me, no matter how fast I ran. I woke up sobbing, actual tears streaming down my face. Someone was knocking on my door. It took me a few seconds to realize where I was, in my room in Dublin, not my grandmother's farmhouse. The knocking continued. Liam, are you all right in there? It was Mrs. Murphy. I quickly wiped my face and checked the time, 3:17 in the morning. I'm fine, I called out, my voice cracking. Just a nightmare. You were screaming, she said through the door. Are you sure you're all right? Yes, really, I'm sorry for waking you, I replied, embarrassed. There was a pause. If you're certain, try to get some rest. I heard her footsteps moving away from my door. I didn't sleep again that night. I kept thinking about the dream and how vivid it had been. I could still hear that inhuman screech when I closed my eyes. The next morning at breakfast, Mrs. Murphy asked about my nightmare. I gave a vague answer about exam stress. She nodded sympathetically, but kept watching me with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. I noticed dark circles under her eyes too, as if she hadn't gone back to sleep after checking on me. That weekend, I decided to go home to Cork. I needed a break from the house, from Dublin, from everything. My parents were surprised to see me. I hadn't mentioned I was coming, but they were happy to have me home. The incident that finally made me move out happened that Sunday morning. I woke up around 6, earlier than usual, with a sharp burning sensation on my inner thigh. At first I thought maybe I'd been bitten by something, a spider or some other insect. I threw back the covers and switched on my bedside lamp. There, running diagonally across my inner thigh, was a scratch mark. Not just a little nick, but a 7 or 8 inch long gash. It wasn't deep enough to need stitches, but it was definitely bleeding in spots, and it stung like hell. The scratch looked like it had been made by something with claws, 3 parallel lines that converged at the end, like an animal had swiped at me. I sat there staring at it, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. I had no pets. My bedroom door had been closed all night. I'd been wearing pajama bottoms. There was no way I could have scratched myself like that, even in my sleep. I didn't tell my parents. What would I say? Instead, I cleaned the scratch, put a bandage on it, and packed my bags. I told them I'd forgotten about a group project meeting that afternoon in Dublin and needed to get back. As soon as I returned to the house in Rathmines, I told Mrs. Murphy I'd be moving out. I made up some excuse about a friend having a spare room closer to campus. She didn't argue or try to convince me to stay, which somehow made it even more unsettling. She just nodded and said she'd return my deposit. I moved out the next day, found a room in a student house share that was more expensive but felt safer. I never went back to the Murphys' house. That was 2 years ago. I've never experienced anything like that again. The scratch on my leg healed, leaving a faint scar that's still visible if you look closely. Sometimes I still have nightmares about the black fog or my grandmother's distorted face. But they're just regular nightmares now. Not the vivid, terrifying experience I had that night. I've never been able to explain what happened in that house. Was it all in my head? Stress-induced hallucinations? Or was there something more sinister going on? I don't know. But sometimes, when I'm walking down a dark hallway, I still reach out my hand, half expecting to feel that strange, substantial darkness swirling around my fingers. Story 19. I still can't believe we lived in that place for as long as we did. I'm typing this from our new apartment, and even now, 3 months after moving out, I wake up some nights in a cold sweat, thinking I'm back there. I guess I should start from the beginning. Last year, when I was 18, my parents decided we needed a change. Dad got a job offer in this small town about 3 hours from the city, and Mom was excited about the lower cost of living. They showed me pictures of this old house they were considering, a real fixer-upper, but with character and good bones, as Mom kept saying. It was way bigger than our old place and dirt cheap because it needed work. I wasn't thrilled about moving during my gap year before college, but I figured I could save money working locally before heading to university. The house looked normal enough when we first saw it in person. 2 stories, white paint peeling in places, a big yard that needed serious attention. The inside was dated, like stuck in the 70s with weird wallpaper and old fixtures, but nothing scary, just old. The real estate agent kept emphasizing how much space we were getting for the money, pointing out how the layout was unique, with its long hallways and many rooms. Looking back, I should have questioned why it was so cheap. The first few weeks were actually kind of nice. My parents were busy ripping out carpets and painting walls, and I got a night job at the local gas station. The town was quiet, almost too quiet compared to the city, but I was adjusting. Nothing weird happened at first. I figured this would just be a boring year in a boring town. Then things started changing. It began with the lights. I'd come home from my shift around 2 in the morning, and lights I know we'd turned off would be on. My parents blamed each other, then me. Then finally decided it must be faulty wiring. Dad said he'd look into it, but he was busy with other renovation projects. The doors were next. We'd wake up to find interior doors open that we'd definitely closed the night before. The worst was when they would slam shut while you were in another part of the house. The first time it happened, I nearly jumped out of my skin. Mom laughed it off, saying it was just cross drafts from all the windows we were keeping open while painting. About a month in, Mum came down to breakfast with these nasty scratch marks on her arms. 3 parallel lines, like someone had dragged their nails across her skin. She claimed she must have done it in her sleep, but the scratches were deep enough to have bled a little. Dad looked worried but didn't say much. By this point, I was starting to feel uneasy in the house, especially at night when I'd get home from work. The place felt different after dark. Colder, like someone was watching me. I started rushing to my room as soon as I got home, not wanting to linger in those long hallways. One night, around 6 weeks after moving in, I was walking up our driveway after my shift when I glanced up at my bedroom window on the 2nd floor. There was someone standing there, just a dark silhouette against the faint glow of my bedside lamp. I froze on the spot. My first thought was burglar, but then I realized the figure wasn't moving, just standing there, watching me. I called my dad's phone from outside, and he answered, groggy with sleep. I told him someone was in my room. He went to check while I waited outside, heart pounding. 5 minutes later, he came to the front door looking confused and annoyed. There was nobody in my room, and both my parents had been asleep. My lamp was on, though, which I always turned off before leaving for work. After that night, I started noticing shadows moving in my peripheral vision. Just quick, darting movements that would disappear when I turned to look directly at them. I didn't tell my parents because I didn't want them thinking I was losing it. The kitchen became another hotspot for weird stuff. We'd come down in the morning to find all the cabinet doors standing open, the refrigerator door ajar, food items moved around. Mom got really upset about this, especially when good food spoiled because the fridge had been left open all night. She accused me of midnight snacking and not cleaning up after myself. I denied it, of course, because it wasn't me. But she didn't believe me. Things escalated about 2 months into living there. I had a friend over, the first time I'd had anyone visit, and we were playing PlayStation in my room. Around midnight, there was this loud banging on my bedroom door, like someone was pounding their fist against it repeatedly. Then the sound changed to scratching, like nails dragging down the wood. My friend heard it too, his face going white. "Dude, what the hell is that?" he whispered. I called out, thinking it was one of my parents being weird, but there was no answer, just more scratching. When I finally got up the courage to open the door, the hallway was empty and dark, but there were visible scratch marks on the outside of my door that hadn't been there before, and little flecks of paint on the floor beneath them. My friend made up some excuse to leave about 10 minutes later. He never came back to my house after that, and at school he avoided talking about what had happened. The worst experience, the one that still gives me nightmares, happened about 3 months after we moved in. I woke up around 3 in the morning, feeling like I couldn't breathe. There was this immense pressure on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. I couldn't move my arms or legs. My first thought was sleep paralysis. I'd read about it online, but then I felt something cold brush against my face, like fingers, and I swear I heard breathing that wasn't mine. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. The weight got heavier, pushing the air from my lungs. Just when I thought I might pass out, it suddenly lifted. I gasped for air and bolted upright, switching on my lamp. My room was freezing cold, even though it was summer and the rest of the house was warm. The next morning, I found 3 long scratches across my chest when I looked in the mirror. That's when I finally broke down and told my parents everything that had been happening to me. To my surprise, they believed me. Turns out they'd been experiencing things too, but had been keeping quiet about it, not wanting to scare me. Mom admitted she'd been seeing a woman in a white uniform standing at the foot of their bed some nights. Dad said he'd been hearing voices, whispering in empty rooms, sometimes crying, sometimes angry, muttering he couldn't quite make out. We all sat at the kitchen table that morning, comparing notes on the nightmarish things we'd been experiencing separately. The activity ramped up after that, like whatever was in the house knew we were onto it. Objects would move right in front of us. My textbooks flew off my desk while I was studying. Mom's jewelry box dumped itself out on her dresser. Dad's tools would disappear, only to turn up in weird places like the bathtub or the oven. The scratching sounds became constant at night, in the walls, on the doors, on the windows. We'd hear footsteps running up and down the hallways when we were all accounted for. Sometimes there'd be this horrible smell, like something rotting, that would appear in certain rooms, then disappear just as quickly. We started sleeping with our lights on. Dad installed more locks on all the doors. We tried to ignore it, to tough it out. But it was wearing us down. Mom started having anxiety attacks. Dad was irritable all the time. I couldn't concentrate on anything and was constantly exhausted. About 5 months after moving in, we reached our breaking point. I came home from work to find my mom sitting in her car in the driveway, refusing to go back inside. She was crying and shaking. She said something had grabbed her by the hair in the bathroom and yanked her backward so hard she fell. When she looked up, she saw a man with no eyes standing over her, mouth open in a silent scream. We packed some bags and stayed in a motel that night. The next day, my parents started looking for a new place. We went back to the house only to get essential items, and never alone. It took about a month to find another place to rent and put the house on the market. During that time, we stayed with my aunt in the next town over. My parents took a huge financial hit selling the place for way less than they paid, but they just wanted out. The day we signed the papers finalizing the sale, the real estate agent, a different one from who sold it to us, let something slip. She was making small talk, saying something about how the place would need special marketing given its history. My dad pressed her on what she meant, and she looked uncomfortable, like she'd said too much. "Well, I assumed you knew," she said finally. "That property was originally part of the old county hospital. The main hospital building was torn down in the 80s, but your section was the former psychiatric ward. They converted it to a residence in the 90s. Everything suddenly made sense. The institutional layout, the long hallways, the many small rooms. We were living in a converted hospital ward where who knows how many people had suffered and died. When we pressed her further, she admitted there had been reports of disturbances from previous owners, but she quickly backtracked, saying it was just local superstition. But I knew better, we all did. We never went back to that house. Sometimes I look it up online to see if it's been sold again. Last I checked, it was still on the market, the price dropping lower each month. I wonder if whatever is in there is waiting for the next family, or if it's angry we escaped. I still have the scars from those scratches on my chest. 3 lines. When I look at them in the mirror, I swear they seem fresher than they should, like they're never really going to heal. Story 20. I don't talk about this much. It happened when I was 10 years old, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I've never been able to explain it, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. Some things just don't have explanations, I guess. It was a Tuesday in October, around 4 in the afternoon. I remember because the days were getting shorter in Krakow, and the light was already that deep amber color it gets before sunset in autumn. I was walking home from school alone, which wasn't unusual. My parents both worked late, and our apartment was only about 15 minutes from my school. I'd been making the walk by myself for months by then. The air was chilly that day. I remember pulling my scarf tighter around my neck as I stood waiting at the crosswalk on Duga Street. There were maybe 5 or 6 other people waiting with me, a couple of businessmen, an old lady with grocery bags, some university students, normal everyday people. The light was red, and I was standing there shifting from foot to foot, impatient like kids are. That's when I felt it, a strange heaviness in the air behind me. It wasn't like someone was standing too close. It was different. The air felt thicker somehow, like the atmosphere itself had changed. I turned around, and that's when I saw her. The woman was maybe in her 20s or 30s, it was hard to tell. She had this pale, perfect skin that looked almost like porcelain, and brown hair cut just to her neck. But what struck me most was what she was wearing. It was this long, floor-length, dark brown coat with a hood. Not a modern coat, it looked old, like something from another time. I'd never seen anyone dressed like that in Krakow, not even during historical festivals or anything. But the weirdest part? No one else seemed to notice her at all. The businessmen kept checking their watches. The old lady adjusted her grocery bags. The students were laughing about something. It was like this woman was completely invisible to everyone but me. She was staring right at me, not glancing, staring. Her eyes were this strange greenish-brown color, but that doesn't really describe them properly. Looking into her eyes was like looking into something ancient. They seemed to go on forever, deep and cold and somehow heavy, like they contained something enormous I couldn't comprehend. I know that sounds dramatic, but I'm just trying to explain what it felt like. She smiled at me, just slightly, the kind of smile that barely moves your lips but changes your whole face. But her eyes never changed, never wavered from mine. I remember feeling frozen, like I couldn't look away even though I wanted to. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I finally managed to turn away, breaking eye contact. That's when it happened. I heard her voice clear as day asking, "Who are your parents?" The thing is, and I know how crazy this sounds, her lips didn't move. The voice was in my head. It wasn't like thinking my own thoughts. It was distinctly not my voice. It was beautiful, almost musical, like leaves rustling or wind through trees. Soft, but crystal clear. I couldn't speak. My mouth went completely dry. I just stood there, clutching my backpack strap so hard my knuckles turned white. When I finally worked up the courage to look back at her, she was still staring at me with that same slight smile. The traffic light turned green, and everyone started moving across the street. My legs moved automatically, like they were separate from my body. She walked beside me. I was very aware of how strange her movements were. Everyone else was hurrying, walking quickly like people do at crosswalks. But she moved slowly, deliberately, like she had all the time in the world, like the rules of traffic lights didn't apply to her. And her footsteps, there weren't any. I couldn't hear them. Everyone else's shoes were making normal sounds on the pavement, but hers were completely silent. It was like she was gliding rather than walking. The crosswalk isn't that wide, but walking across it with her felt like it took forever. I could feel sweat forming on my back despite the cold. I wanted to run, but I also felt this strange compulsion to stay near her. I can't explain it. It was like being terrified and comforted at the same time. When we reached the other side, she turned right while my way home was straight ahead. I stopped walking and watched her. She moved slowly down the street, her brown coat not moving with the wind like it should have. People walked around her without seeming to notice her at all. Some even walked right past her, and I swear it looked like they passed through her. But that's impossible, right? I stood there watching her for maybe 30 seconds. I felt this incredibly strong urge to follow her, to ask who she was and what she wanted from me. Why me? Why could only I see her? But I was too scared to move. As she got further away, I felt this weird sensation in my chest, like something was being stretched thin. It didn't hurt exactly, but it felt like something important was being pulled away from me. Just before she turned the corner, she looked back over her shoulder at me. Even from that distance, I could feel her eyes lock with mine. Then she was gone. I ran all the way home. I didn't stop once. I slammed our apartment door shut behind me and sat with my back against it, breathing hard for what felt like an hour. When my parents came home, I didn't tell them anything. What would I even say? That I saw a woman no one else could see who spoke inside my head. They would have thought I was making up stories, or worse, that something was wrong with me. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking I'd see her standing in the corner of my bedroom. Every shadow made me jump. But the strange thing was, I wasn't just scared. I was sad. I felt like I'd missed something important, like I should have followed her or answered her question. For weeks afterward, I took different routes home from school. I'd look for her everywhere, in crowds, on buses, in shops, both hoping I'd see her again and terrified that I would. But she never reappeared. Years passed. I grew up. I went to university, got a job, moved apartments several times. But I never forgot her. The memory never faded like childhood memories usually do. It stayed sharp and clear, like it happened yesterday. What's really strange is how the feeling about the encounter changed over time. When I'm going through hard times, when I was dealing with my parents' divorce, when I failed my final exams, when my first serious relationship ended, I feel this longing to see her again. It's almost like a physical pull, like something in me knows she would have answers or comfort or something I need. Some friends I've told this to have theories. One said maybe she was death, coming to take me but changing her mind. Another suggested she was a guardian angel or some kind of spiritual guide. My cousin, who's into psychology, thinks she was a hallucination brought on by childhood stress or something. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what I experienced. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. But then I remember her eyes and that voice in my head, and I know it was real, whatever real means. The question she asked, "Who are your parents?" still bothers me. Why would she want to know that? Was she looking for someone specific? Was I not the right person? Or was there something about my parents she needed to know? It's been 20 years now since that day, but sometimes when I'm walking alone in the evening and the light hits a certain way, I still catch myself looking for a woman in a brown coat. I still feel that strange mix of fear and comfort when I think about her. And sometimes, in my dreams, I follow her around that corner, and she shows me something. I never remember what it is when I wake up, just that it was important. I don't expect anyone to believe this story. I'm not sure I would if someone else told it to me. But it happened, and it changed me somehow. I've never had another experience like it. No other ghosts or spirits or whatever she was, just her, just that once, on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon when I was 10 years old. Sometimes I think she's still out there somewhere, walking silently through crowds that can't see her, looking for someone, maybe someone like me. And sometimes, even now, I catch myself hoping she'll find me again. Story 21. I've never really shared this with people outside my family because, well, most folks think you're crazy when you start talking about ghosts. But what happened in my childhood home was real. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, even though some of it was actually comforting. I know that sounds weird, but let me explain. I grew up in Riverside, in this pretty normal-looking house from the 50s. Nothing special about it from the outside. Just your typical suburban home with 3 bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, and a finished basement. My parents bought it when I was around 5, and we were apparently the 3rd family to live there. My sisters and I noticed things almost immediately, but my parents were always trying to find logical explanations, even though I could tell they believed us deep down. The first thing I noticed was the tapping. I was maybe 7 or 8 when it started. I've always been a night owl, even as a kid, and I'd stay up reading under my covers with a flashlight way past my bedtime. My parents would check on me around 9, say goodnight, and then I'd pull out whatever book I was obsessing over and read until my eyes couldn't stay open. That's when I started hearing it. Tap, tap, tap. Like someone gently knocking on the ceiling above my head. The first few times, I freaked out and hid under my blankets, heart racing. But after a while, I realized something weird. The tapping only happened when I was staying up late, and it would keep going until I turned off my flashlight and actually tried to sleep. I told my parents, of course. Dad got the ladder out and checked the attic space above my room. Probably just the house settling, he said, or maybe squirrels. But there were no squirrels, and the tapping wasn't random like a house settling. It had rhythm and purpose. I remember sitting at breakfast one morning after a night of tapping and announcing to my family, I've decided to call her Mary. My older sister rolled her eyes, but my younger one looked scared. Why Mary? My mom asked, trying to sound casual while exchanging that concerned parent look with my dad. Because we learned about Bloody Mary at school, and Mary seems like a nice ghost name, I explained, munching on my cereal like this was totally normal. She just wants me to go to sleep. She's like a ghost babysitter. My parents looked worried, but I wasn't scared anymore. The tapping became a familiar ritual. If I stayed up too late, tap, tap, tap. It was like Mary was saying, "Come on, kiddo, time for bed." And I'd sigh, close my book and whisper, "Good night, Mary," before falling asleep. It sounds crazy, but I found it weirdly comforting. When I was 11, I switched bedrooms with my younger sister because mine was bigger and she complained it wasn't fair. I remember lying in my new, smaller bedroom that first night, wondering if Mary would find me there. Around 11:30, as I was deep into a Harry Potter book, tap, 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 right above my new bed, I smiled in the darkness, whispered, "Found me, huh?" and went to sleep. But things got weirder as we got older. It wasn't just Mary anymore. Objects would disappear and reappear in strange places. You'd put your homework on the kitchen table, go to the bathroom, and come back to find it in the living room. My mom lost her wedding ring once and found it 3 days later in the sugar bowl, a place she swore she never would have put it. The summer I turned 13, we had a big fight about bedroom arrangements again. I was the oldest and wanted more privacy, so my parents let me move into the finished basement. It had its own bathroom and a small window, and I was thrilled to have my own space away from my annoying sisters. The first thing I noticed was that Mary didn't follow me to the basement. No tapping, no matter how late I stayed up. At first I was relieved. Teenage me thought it was babyish to have a bedtime ghost, but after a few weeks I started to miss her. It sounds stupid, but Mary had been my nighttime companion for years. I'd gotten used to her presence, her gentle reminders. Without her, I stayed up way too late and was exhausted for school. But the basement had its own issues. The previous owners had done a decent job finishing it. Carpet, drywall, drop ceiling. But it always felt colder down there even in summer, and not just temperature-wise. There was a heaviness to the air that's hard to explain. One night, about a month after moving downstairs, I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone when I heard a thump from across the room. I looked up to see my decorative pillow, the one that had been on the chair in the corner, now in the middle of the floor. As I stared at it, trying to figure out how it had fallen, it suddenly slid across the floor and hit me square in the face. I screamed and bolted upstairs, practically giving my dad a heart attack. When I told my parents what happened, they exchanged that look again. My dad went downstairs to investigate and came back saying the pillow must have been balanced precariously and fallen. Then I'd kicked it in my panic. I knew that wasn't true. The pillow had flown at me like someone had thrown it, but I stopped arguing. There was no point. After that night, I started noticing more things in the basement. The bathroom door would close by itself. I'd hear shuffling noises when I was alone. The TV would turn on by itself, always to static. One time, I swear I saw the shadow of someone standing in the corner, but when I turned on the light, nobody was there. My sisters had their own experiences too. My younger sister claimed someone kept whispering her name when she was home alone. My older sister said she felt someone tug her hair once while she was studying in her room. We started comparing notes, realizing that each of us had been dealing with weird stuff but not telling each other. The worst was the footsteps. Whenever we'd go down to the basement to get something from the storage area or laundry room, we'd hear footsteps following us back up the stairs. Not echoes, actual footsteps right behind us, getting faster as we climbed. We'd end up racing to the top, slamming the door behind us, hearts pounding. My parents said it was just the acoustics of the stairwell, but we knew better. One afternoon, I was home sick from school while everyone else was out. I was dozing on the couch when I distinctly heard someone call my name from the kitchen. Olivia. Clear as day. I thought maybe my mom had come home early, so I called back, "In here!" No answer. I got up and checked. No one was there. As I stood in the kitchen, confused, I heard it again, this time from the living room where I'd just been. Olivia. I ran outside and sat on the porch until my family came home. The thing that really convinced me our house was haunted happened when I was 15. I was up late studying for a history test, sitting cross-legged on my bed in the basement. It was around 1 a.m, and everyone else was asleep. I kept feeling like someone was watching me, but I ignored it, focusing on memorizing dates. Suddenly, the temperature dropped dramatically. I'm not exaggerating. I could see my breath. In California, in April. I looked up from my textbook and saw a shadow figure standing at the foot of my bed. Not like a vague darkness or something from the corner of my eye. This was clear as day, a human-shaped shadow, darker than the darkness around it. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. The shadow just stood there, watching me. After what felt like forever, but was probably only seconds, it turned and walked, actually walked, across my room and through the wall. The cold went with it. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. After that, I started sleeping upstairs on the couch, as much as I could get away with. I told my parents I was having trouble sleeping in the basement because it was too cold, which wasn't entirely a lie. They were annoyed, but let me camp out in the living room until they decided I was being ridiculous and made me go back downstairs. The weird thing was, I kept wondering if Mary was still upstairs, tapping away to get my sisters to go to sleep. I asked them once if they ever heard tapping, but they looked at me like I was crazy. "That was just your thing, Liv," my older sister said. "Your weird ghost friend." But she wasn't just my imagination. None of it was. The basement entity wasn't either, though it felt different, less caring, more mischievous, maybe even hostile. I started wondering if the basement ghost had somehow scared Mary away. or if she'd finally found peace and moved on, leaving me to deal with whatever lurked downstairs. My parents researched the house history once, after particularly intense begging from all three of us. They found nothing unusual, no deaths, no tragedies, nothing that would explain why our house seemed to be Grand Central Station for spirits. The previous families had stayed 4 and 7 years respectively, which made us wonder if they'd experienced the same things and just decided to move rather than deal with it. I moved out for college at 18 and hardly ever go back to visit now. My parents still live there, still experiencing occasional weirdness that they explain away. My sisters both left as soon as they could too. Sometimes I lie awake in my apartment, thinking about Mary and her gentle tapping. Was she looking out for me? Warning me about the other presence in the house? Or was she somehow connected to the basement entity? The strangest part is that sometimes when I'm staying up too late working or watching movies, I swear I hear a faint tap, tap, tap from somewhere in my ceiling. It makes my blood run cold every time. I always turn everything off immediately and try to sleep, just in case Mary somehow followed me here, or worse, whatever was in that basement decided I hadn't escaped after all. Story 22. I've never told anyone this story except my wife. I don't talk about it because I still get this sick feeling in my stomach when I remember it. But it's been over 20 years now, and I think I need to get this off my chest. This happened when I was 7 years old. We were visiting my grandparents in Millfield for the weekend. It was the summer of 2003. I remember because my Uncle Tommy had just bought a new car he wouldn't stop talking about, and my mom kept complaining about the heat. My grandparents lived in this old 2-story house with a finished basement. It wasn't fancy or anything, just your typical grandparents' house with old furniture and that smell of coffee and potpourri. My grandpa was super into model trains. He had this massive setup in the basement that he'd been working on for years. As a kid, I was obsessed with it. He had little towns, mountains, tunnels, everything. I could watch those trains go around for hours. That Saturday afternoon after lunch, I was playing with my Game Boy in the living room when Grandpa said he was going down to work on his trains. He asked if I wanted to come watch. And of course, I said yes. I practically jumped off the couch and followed him to the basement door. The basement door was in the kitchen next to the pantry. It was this heavy wooden door with a brass knob that was always cold to the touch. I remember reaching for it when Grandpa said he needed to grab something from the garage first and told me to go ahead down. I'd been down there a million times before, never had any problems, never felt scared. It was just Grandpa's cool train room, but this time, as I opened the door and looked down the stairs, something felt different. The light was already on, but the stairwell still seemed darker than usual. Grandma had one of those laundry setups with metal rafters near the ceiling where she'd hang clothes to dry. I could see some sheets or something hanging up there, casting shadows on the wall of the stairwell. I took a few steps down, and that's when I stopped. About halfway down the stairs, there was a shadow on the wall that didn't look right. At first, I thought it was just from the clothes hanging up, but it was too shaped. It looked like a face, not just a vague outline, but a defined face with eyes and a mouth. I stood there frozen, staring at it. My first thought was that my brain was just seeing patterns in random shadows. You know how you can see shapes in clouds? I figured it was something like that. I even rubbed my eyes, thinking they were playing tricks on me. But then the shadow moved. The edges of what looked like a mouth curved upward. It wasn't a quick movement. It was slow, deliberate, and it wasn't a friendly smile. Even now, I struggle to describe exactly what made it so terrifying. It was like it was smiling at the thought of hurting me, like it knew something awful was about to happen and was excited about it. The moment I saw that grin, something happened to my body that I've never experienced before or since. It wasn't just goosebumps or a chill. It was like someone had plugged me into an electrical socket. Every single hair on my body stood up at once. My skin felt like it was crawling with ants. My stomach dropped like I was on a roller coaster. But the worst part was the certainty, the absolute knowledge that whatever was making that shadow wasn't just some trick of the light. It was aware, it was looking at me. It knew I could see it, and it was happy about that. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink. For what felt like forever, I just stood there, staring at this grinning shadow face while it stared back at me. Then, something inside me snapped. I started screaming. Not just yelling, but the kind of screaming that hurts your throat. I was crying so hard I could barely see, and I remember my legs giving out. I sat down hard on the stairs, still screaming, unable to look away from that shadow. I heard footsteps thundering through the house. My grandma got to me first. She was saying something, but I couldn't understand her through my own screaming. Then my grandpa and Uncle Tommy were there too, all of them trying to figure out what was wrong with me. Grandpa grabbed my shoulders and turned me to face him, asking what happened. The second I turned away from the wall, I felt this release, like whatever had been holding me there was suddenly gone. I looked back at the wall and the face was gone, completely gone. No shadows at all, even though the clothes were still hanging from the rafters. I was hysterical, trying to explain between sobs about the face and the smile. Uncle Tommy went down and checked the entire basement. Grandpa kept telling me it was just shadows from the laundry, that my imagination had run wild. Grandma held me and kept saying I was okay, that there was nothing to be afraid of. But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew it wasn't my imagination. They eventually calmed me down enough to stop crying, but I refused to go back down those stairs. Not that day, not the next, not ever again in all the years we visited before my grandparents moved to Florida when I was 13. The strangest part was that once the face disappeared, there were no shadows on that wall that could even remotely look like a face. The clothes hanging up were on the opposite side of the stairwell, and the light was positioned in a way that couldn't have cast shadows where I saw the face. I remember my uncle pointing this out to my grandpa when they thought I wasn't listening. "There's nothing that could have made a shadow like that here," he'd said, looking confused. "Kid must have had a panic attack or something." My grandparents never really brought it up again. They seemed to write it off as a weird childhood thing. My parents weren't there when it happened. They'd gone into town to shop, and I don't think they ever fully understood how terrifying it was. When I tried to explain it to my mum later, she just said something about an overactive imagination and changed the subject. For weeks afterward, I had nightmares about that face. In my dreams, it would start as a shadow, then gradually become more solid until it wasn't a shadow at all, but something wearing the darkness like a mask. It would peel away from the wall and come toward me, that same horrible grin, stretching wider and wider. I slept with my lights on for months. I refused to go into any basement. I would check the walls of my bedroom for strange shadows every night before bed. My parents eventually took me to a child psychologist who said I had an anxiety response triggered by a perceived threat or something clinical like that. But the thing is, I wasn't an anxious kid. I wasn't scared of the dark. I didn't have any other phobias. I was a normal, happy 7-year-old until that day in my grandparents' basement. As I got older, I tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was a weird reflection from something outside. Maybe my uncle was right and I had some kind of panic attack that made me hallucinate. Maybe I'd watched a scary movie I'd forgotten about that planted the image in my head. But none of those explanations ever felt right. Because I remember the feeling that came with seeing that face, the absolute certainty that it was looking at me, that it knew me, that it had been waiting for me to come down those stairs alone. When I was 16, I finally worked up the courage to ask my grandpa about that day. We were at a family reunion, and I caught him alone on the porch. He seemed uncomfortable when I brought it up, which was weird because my grandpa was usually pretty straightforward about everything. "You were just a kid," he said. not quite meeting my eyes. Kids see things sometimes. I pressed him, asking if anything strange had ever happened in that house before. He was quiet for a long time, then sighed. "Your grandma's sister once said she saw something in that stairwell too," he finally said. "But she was." He tapped his temple with his finger. "Your great-aunt had problems. No one took her seriously." He wouldn't say anything more about it, and he changed the subject right after. He died 2 years later, and I never got the chance to ask him again. I'm 30 now. I have a good job, a wife, a normal life. I don't think about that day much anymore, but sometimes when I'm half asleep, or when I catch a glimpse of a strange shadow out of the corner of my eye, I feel that same electric sensation crawl across my skin, that same certainty that something is watching me. My wife and I are expecting our first child next month, a boy. And sometimes I wonder, what if he sees something one day that I can't see? What if he tells me there's a face smiling at him from the shadows? Will I tell him it's just his imagination, or will I believe him? Because I know what I saw in my grandparents' basement that day. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't a trick of the light. It was something else, something that shouldn't have been there, something that knew my name without me saying it. I never heard it speak, but somehow I knew it was saying my name, saying it inside my head. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can still hear it whispering to me from the darkest corners of my room. That same horrible grin spreading across its face as it watches me from the shadows. Story 23. I've been working at the Westfield manufacturing plant for almost 6 years now. It's one of those jobs that nobody dreams about as a kid. But it pays the bills, and the benefits are decent. Most days blur together, running my station, taking lunch with the same group of guys, clocking out at 3:30. Nothing special, or at least that's how it used to be. I still can't explain what's been happening these past few weeks. I've told my girlfriend about some of it, but not everything. She'd think I was losing my mind. Hell, sometimes I think I am too. But after what happened yesterday, I need to get this all out somewhere. It started about a month ago. I was at my workstation, just focused on the usual monotony of assembling parts. The floor was loud as always. Machines whirring, pneumatic hisses, that constant industrial background noise you eventually tune out. I was reaching for a component when I felt that unmistakable sensation of someone walking up behind me. You know that feeling, right? When you can just sense a presence. I even heard a voice, clear as day, right over my shoulder. "Hey, man!" It was so normal, so ordinary, that I turned around without hesitation, expecting to see one of my co-workers. But there was nobody there. The nearest person was Marcus, working at his station about 20 feet away. I called over to him. "Did you just say something to me?" He looked confused. "Nah, man, been over here the whole time." I glanced around. There was literally nobody else close enough to have spoken directly into my ear like that. The voice had been so clear, so close. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe I'd just imagined it or misheard something. But it bothered me all day. That voice had sounded so real, so specific, not just some random noise I'd misinterpreted. About 2 weeks later, we had a department meeting in the break room. Me, Marcus, our supervisor Keith, and like 8 other guys from our section. Keith was droning on about productivity numbers when it happened again. Someone whispered directly in my ear, "Hey!" I jerked my head around, but again nobody was there. What made it weird was that at the exact same moment, Marcus, who was sitting across the table, did the exact same thing. He suddenly turned his head like he was looking for someone behind him. After the meeting, I caught up with him in the hallway. "Did you hear something during the meeting?" I asked, trying to sound casual. His eyes widened. "You heard it too? Someone saying, 'Hey,' right in your ear?" A chill ran down my spine. Yeah, exactly that. Dude, that's messed up. I thought I was imagining things. We compared notes and realized we'd heard the exact same thing. A male voice, not particularly deep or high, just normal. like a co-worker trying to get your attention. But everyone else in that room was accounted for, all sitting still, listening to Keith talk about quotas. I tried to brush it off, but things only got weirder from there. Last week I was in the bathroom at work. It's one of those industrial restrooms with fluorescent lights that make everything look harsh and clinical. I was washing my hands, looking down at the sink, when I noticed something odd about my shadow on the floor. There was another shadow overlapping mine, much larger, much broader, like someone was standing right behind me. My heart started pounding. I slowly looked up at the mirror, fully expecting to see someone behind me. But there was no one there, just me alone in the bathroom. Yet the shadow remained for another few seconds before it sort of melted away. I practically ran back to my station that day, trying to convince myself it was just a trick of the light. But deep down, I knew better. 2 days after that, I was back in that same bathroom. I was at the urinal when I caught movement in my peripheral vision. Just a slight shift, like someone leaning against the wall. I glanced at the mirror that hangs over the sinks, and that's when I saw it. There was a figure leaning against the wall behind me. It was human-shaped, but wrong somehow, like looking at a person through frosted glass. No distinct features, just a dark, shadowy outline. I could make out shoulders, a head, legs, but no face. No details, just this black, person-shaped void. I completely froze. Couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The figure didn't move either, just stood there, as if watching me. After what felt like forever but was probably only a few seconds, I managed to turn around. Nothing. The wall was empty, but when I looked back at the mirror, it was still there for a split second before fading away. I finished up as fast as humanly possible and bolted out of there. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely zip up my pants. When I got back to the floor, Marcus took one look at my face and pulled me aside. "You okay, man? You look like you've seen a ghost." I wasn't planning to tell him anything. Who wants to sound crazy, right? But something in his expression made me think he might understand. "Have you noticed anything weird around here lately?" I asked carefully. Marcus's face changed immediately. He looked around to make sure no one was listening, then lowered his voice. "In the bathroom? By the lockers? That shadowy thing?" My blood ran cold. "You've seen it too?" He nodded slowly. "It's not just here either, Connor. It's following me home." He told me about waking up in the middle of the night to what he thought was his 10-year-old son standing in his bedroom doorway. Marcus had a whole conversation with him, asking if he had a bad dream, telling him to go back to bed. The boy didn't speak, just stood there, but Marcus assumed he was half asleep. It was only when he got up to check on him that he discovered his actual son, sound asleep in his bedroom, had been the entire time. "Whatever this is," Marcus whispered, "it's learning, watching us. It started with just noises, then shadows, now it's taking forms." I wanted to tell him he was being dramatic, but after what I'd seen, I couldn't dismiss it. Besides, why would we both be experiencing the same thing? Yesterday was when everything escalated. I was at my station working on a particularly tricky assembly. I dropped a small component and bent down to pick it up. That's when I saw them, a pair of tan Timberland work boots, standing directly behind me. Standard factory wear, nothing unusual, except for the fact that they had appeared out of nowhere. I spun around so fast I nearly fell over. No one, not a soul. The boots had vanished. I was so rattled I had to take my break early. I sat in my car, trying to pull myself together, wondering if I should just quit, but this job pays too well, and jobs aren't exactly easy to come by in this town. When I got back, things were quiet for a few hours. I was starting to think maybe I'd just been working too hard, not getting enough sleep. Then it happened. I was alone at my station. Everyone else had gone to lunch, but I'd taken mine early, remember? I was just about to start up my machine again when I heard it. The distinctive click of the foot pedal that activates the press. My foot was nowhere near it. The sound was unmistakable, though, that mechanical click that every operator knows by heart. And then my machine turned on by itself. Not just turned on, it ran through a complete cycle. Press down, hold, release, return to starting position. The exact sequence I do hundreds of times a day. I backed away, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't just watching anymore. It was interacting with physical objects, learning how the machines work. I found Marcus in the break room and told him what happened. He wasn't surprised. Last night, my partner's purse moved across the kitchen counter by itself, he said quietly. It unzipped and stuff started coming out. Keys, lipstick, her wallet, all by itself, like someone invisible was going through it. What the hell is happening? I whispered. I don't know, but I think it has something to do with this place, ever since they renovated the East Wing. That used to be part of the old mill, you know, the one that had that accident back in the 90s. I didn't know much about it, just vague stories about some workers who died when a machine malfunctioned, the kind of urban legend every factory town has. Last night when I got home, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept seeing movements at the edge of my vision. My girlfriend asked what was wrong, but I couldn't tell her. How do you explain something like this without sounding completely insane? Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of footsteps in our hallway. Heavy, deliberate steps, like work boots on concrete. I lay there paralyzed as they came closer to our bedroom door. They stopped right outside. Then I heard it, that same voice from the factory floor, right through the closed door. Hey man! I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The doorknob started to turn, slowly, deliberately. Then my girlfriend shifted in her sleep, mumbling something, and the movement stopped. The presence outside our door retreated, footsteps fading down the hall. I'm typing this from my car in the factory parking lot. I'm supposed to start my shift in 20 minutes, but I don't know if I can go back in there. Marcus texted earlier saying he's calling in sick. I probably should too, but I need this job. I can't just quit without having something else lined up. And what if it doesn't matter? What if this thing has already latched onto us somehow? What if it follows us wherever we go now? I just looked up at the factory windows, and I swear I saw someone standing there watching me. But that section is closed for renovation. There shouldn't be anyone up there at all. My phone just buzzed, a text from Marcus. Don't go in today. It's getting stronger. Too late. Whatever this is, I think it knows I'm here now. I can see my reflection in the car window, but there's something wrong with the shadow behind me. It's growing larger, darker. It's not my shadow anymore. Story 24. I've never been one to believe in ghosts. Growing up, I laughed at horror movies and rolled my eyes at my friends' campfire stories. Even when we moved into this old house in Meadowbrook 3 years ago, and the realtor mentioned its history as an orphanage in the early 1900s, I thought it was cool, not creepy. My parents loved the character of the place, with its high ceilings and ornate woodwork. I was just excited to have a space big enough for my piano, but now I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm 21. And until a few months ago, my biggest worry was figuring out what to do with my music degree after the pandemic threw my plans off track. I'd been studying piano performance before everything shut down, and even though classes eventually went online, it wasn't the same. At least I had my baby grand at home, a beautiful Yamaha that my parents bought when I was accepted to the conservatory. It's always been my pride and joy. Last month, we had Mr. Grayson over to tune the piano. He's an old family friend who's been tuning our piano since I was a kid. Usually, it's a pretty routine visit. He shows up, works his magic for an hour or so, we chat about music, and he leaves. But this time was different. I was sitting in the living room scrolling through my phone while he worked. The house was quiet, except for the occasional ping of piano strings as he adjusted them. Then, out of nowhere, 2 notes played clearly. Do and Sul, middle octave, a perfect fifth. I looked up, thinking Mr. Grayson had played them to check something, but he was standing completely still, his hands hovering above the keys without touching them. "Did you hear that?" I asked. He nodded slowly, looking completely unfazed. This isn't the first time I've experienced something like this in older homes. I laughed nervously. "What, like a ghost playing the piano?" Instead of laughing with me, he just shrugged. "Could be residual energy. This house has history, doesn't it? It was an orphanage about 100 years ago," I said, suddenly feeling goosebumps rise on my arms despite the warm spring day. "Makes sense," he nodded, turning back to the piano. "Children are often strong conductors of energy, especially in places where there might have been trauma." The casual way he said it made me more uncomfortable than if he'd been spooked. He continued tuning as if nothing had happened, while I sat there trying to come up with rational explanations. Maybe the strings had resonated somehow. Maybe the heating system had caused something to vibrate. As he was packing up his tools, Mr. Grayson turned to me and said, "I can perform an energy closing for the house if you'd like. No charge." What? "It's just a simple ritual to help clear any lingering spirits. I've done it for other clients with similar issues." I forced a laugh. "Thanks, but I think we're good. It was probably just the house settling or something." He gave me a knowing look that I still can't forget. "Well, the offer stands. Just call if you change your mind." I didn't think much about it afterward. Life went on as normal. I practiced piano, attended my online classes, helped around the house. My parents work long hours, so I'm often alone during the day, which never bothered me before, until 2 weeks later. I was practicing a particularly difficult Chopin piece, frustrated because I couldn't get this one passage right. After about an hour, I decided to take a break and went to the kitchen to make some tea. The house was completely silent. Both my parents were at work, and we don't have pets. I was waiting for the kettle to boil when I heard it. Clear as day, from the living room, do and sul. The same 2 notes, the same perfect fifth in the middle octave, the exact same notes I'd heard when Mr. Grayson was tuning. My blood turned to ice. I stood frozen in the kitchen, straining to hear any other sound. Maybe someone had broken in, but our security system was armed, and I hadn't heard any doors or windows open. After what felt like forever, I grabbed a kitchen knife and slowly made my way to the living room. The piano sat there, its fallboard closed over the keys, exactly as I'd left it. No one was there. Nothing looked disturbed. With shaking hands, I opened the piano lid and examined the inside. I checked for mice, for anything that might have fallen onto the strings, for any logical explanation. There was nothing. I convinced myself it was just my imagination. Maybe I'd been thinking about those notes, and my brain had played a trick on me, or maybe it was just the house, making normal old house noises that happened to sound like piano notes. I closed the lid, put the knife away, and tried to forget about it. But I couldn't bring myself to practice for the rest of the day. After that, I started noticing other things. Sometimes I'd be in my bedroom and hear what sounded like soft footsteps in the hallway. Other times, objects would be slightly moved from where I'd left them. Nothing dramatic, just a book placed on a different shelf, or my sheet music rearranged. My parents didn't notice anything unusual. When I tentatively brought up the piano incident, my dad suggested it might be the wood expanding and contracting with temperature changes. My mum thought maybe I was just working too hard and needed more sleep. Neither explanation felt right, but I dropped it. What was I supposed to say? That I thought our house was haunted by the ghost of an orphan who liked to play perfect fifths. For about a month, things were relatively quiet. I still felt uneasy practicing alone in the house, but nothing else happened with the piano. I started to think maybe it had been a one-time thing, or that my parents were right about the house settling. Then came the day that changed everything. It was a Wednesday afternoon. My classes had finished early, and I was planning to meet some friends for coffee in town. I was in my bedroom getting ready putting on mascara and trying to decide which jacket to wear. The house was silent except for the occasional creak of the old wooden floors. I had just grabbed my purse and was heading downstairs when I heard it. Two distinct snapping sounds coming from the basement, like someone snapping their fingers. Snap, snap. I froze on the stairs, my heart suddenly pounding. We rarely use our basement. It's mostly storage and an old laundry room. My parents certainly weren't home, and no one else had a key to our house. I stood there debating what to do. Call my parents, call the police. What would I even say? Hello, officer, I heard fingers snapping in my basement. To prove to myself that it was just the house making normal noises, I snapped my own fingers twice. The sound echoed slightly in the stairwell. I listened closely, comparing the sound I'd just made to what I'd heard from the basement. They were identical, exactly like human fingers snapping. As I stood there, trying to rationalize what I'd heard, it happened again. But this time the sound wasn't coming from the basement. It was right next to my left ear. Snap, snap. So close I could feel the air move. I screamed. I screamed louder than I've ever screamed in my life. I dropped my purse and ran, out the front door, down the porch steps, and all the way to my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I called my parents from a coffee shop parking lot, crying hysterically. They both left work early to meet me at home. My dad searched the entire house, including the basement. Of course, he found nothing, no intruders, no open windows, nothing out of place. That night, I made them sleep with their bedroom door open. I did the same, keeping my light on until morning. Nothing happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The next day, I called Mr. Grayson and asked about that energy closing he'd mentioned. He came over that afternoon while my parents were out. I hadn't told them about calling him. I knew they wouldn't understand. Mr. Grayson walked through every room of the house, including the basement, burning some kind of herb bundle and murmuring words I couldn't understand. When he reached the piano, he paused for a long time, his hand hovering over the keys without touching them. "There's definitely something here," he said quietly. "Something attached to this instrument." "Can you make it leave?" I asked, hating how small my voice sounded. "I can try to guide it toward peace," he said. "But sometimes these energies are here because they have something to communicate." He spent nearly an hour performing his ritual. I don't know if I believe in that kind of thing, but I was desperate enough to try anything. When he finished, the house did feel lighter somehow, less oppressive. "It should be quieter now," he said as he packed up his things. "But if anything else happens, don't hesitate to call." For almost a week, everything was normal. No phantom piano notes, no mysterious finger snaps. I started to relax, to believe that whatever had been happening was over. Then last night, I was home alone again. My parents had gone to visit my aunt in the next town over and wouldn't be back until morning. I was in bed reading, trying to distract myself from the fact that I was alone in the house. Around 11:30, I decided to try to sleep. As I reached to turn off my bedside lamp, I heard it. Not piano notes this time. Not finger snaps. A child's voice softly singing, "Do sol, do sol." Over and over, like a practice exercise, coming from downstairs where my piano sits. I didn't move. I couldn't move. I sat frozen in my bed, listening to that small, clear voice sing those two notes over and over. It wasn't threatening or scary. It sounded like a child practicing, concentrating. After about a minute, it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the singing. I didn't sleep. I kept all the lights on and stayed in my bedroom until morning, when my parents finally came home. I haven't told them what happened. How could I explain it? They'd think I was losing my mind. Maybe I am. I'm writing this now from a coffee shop in town because I can't bear to be in that house alone anymore. I don't know what to do. I can't afford to move out on my own yet. I can't explain to my parents why I'm suddenly terrified of our home, and I can't stop thinking about those notes, do and sul, a perfect fifth, one of the first intervals music students learn. Was there once a child in that orphanage who played the piano, who practiced those notes over and over, who never got to finish learning? I don't know. But whatever, whoever it is, they're still there. And they're trying to tell me something. I just don't know if I want to hear what comes next.